city don't feel me.
Shekinah coming through right there, featuring Carl Deutsch on this one. Take it back to the beach. At some point in time, this particular song became the summer banger. And in fact, it was at the height of the period, if you are on social media, where we used song lyrics and quoted rappers in order to caption our images. That December, all you saw everywhere was Back to the Beach, and that was December of 2015. How quickly time flies, right? Shekinah featuring Kyle Deutsch and produced by Sketchy Bongo on this particular track. That's how we say good afternoon. Hope you're having a great day. It's gone 1:15 on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, and we've got a lot of conversation coming up today. Of course, we're going to kick things off with SAfmRadio Mota, who was out today 161 at the Madlanga Commission, and that commission has adjourned early for the day, but we'll get an update from SAfmRadio Mota as to what transpired this morning, and of course, the early adjournment as well. And then we're going to be talking to the first woman to lead Kirsten Bosch National Botanical Gardens, and she's joining us to share her vision as the newly appointed Senior Garden Manager of Kirsten Bosch. Of 2 o'clock, it is Tuesday, so we're focusing on health and wellness, and we're looking at women's health. We're going to be in conversation with Dr. Jane, who's going to be joining us to unpack matters around endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids, and other issues that affect the physical as well as the mental. The doctor's in the house, so if you do have a burning matter that you would like to place on the table for her to address, 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and you can send through your WhatsApp voice note on that line, or you can give us a call on 086-000-2032. And if you are sending through a voice note, please don't leave it until the last minute, because the time with the doctor on the other side of 2 o'clock is going to be relatively short. So if you do have a question, a point of clarity, or perhaps something that you'd like to understand, particularly that speaks to women's health, you're more than welcome to send us a voice note, 061-410-4107. We're live streaming on all of our social media platforms at Bridget Masinga on Instagram, as well as X, formerly known as Twitter, as well as at SAfmRadio. Let's take a quick pause. We come back with SAfmRadio Mota.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, let's catch up with SAfmRadio Mota now. Our SABC News reporter has been out at the Madlanga Commission Day 161. How are you doing, SAfmRadio?
And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. I guess maybe let's just get a recap of where we left things off yesterday with Vusimuzi Kat Matlala. Anything of interest that came to light after lunch?
Apart from his, business interests and some money that he had loaned from Suleiman Karim, I think it was worth around 15 million rands. Nothing, substantial has really come up from his evidence. But what I do get a sense of, also his relations with businessman Morgan Maumela is that the Madlanga Commission can actually use that opportunity to sort of possibly even get to Morgan Maumela, as you know, with the issue of Suleiman Karim, him not coming to the Madlanga Commission to present evidence was a way for the commission to possibly draw those links between Suleiman Karim as well as Morgan Maumela. So there is a possibility that, through the evidence of Vusumuzi Matlala, then the commission may be a step closer to possibly, getting more information about this businessman, Morgan Maumela, who even the IDEC had confirmed that they are not investigating, but the only person that they were investigating is obviously Vusumuzi Matlala. So what we can expect is that he will be returning to the stand next week, Monday and Tuesday, and even the chairperson saying that if he does not conclude his testimony on both of those days, then they will push it even until Wednesday. So we can definitely expect him to return, and hopefully there will, be some cross-examination and also some questions that he is willing to answer before the Matlanga Commission.
We'll double back to what you just mentioned now around the IDAC not following an investigation into Morgan Maumela. But for now, just as we still focusing on Vusumuzi Matlala, so his testimony postponed until next week, but for the better part of yesterday as well, he invoked his right against self-incrimination on many questions and issues posed against him or towards him rather. And I wonder if anything really is going to change, because he is working also on a supplementary statement. He did say yesterday that he'll be presenting a supplementary statement, but I wonder if his legal approach to the commission is going to differ much come next week.
No, definitely. And these are the sort of questions that I've also been asking myself, to say, obviously, he's invoked his rights against self-incrimination regarding this Medicare 24 tender, right? But I mean, there's also various other things that link him before the Matlanga Commission, and those are his alleged networks, with this alleged criminal underworld, as well as your General Shedrick Sibias and some of the police officials who are also just currently standing trial, and even the issues surrounding the kidnapping of Jerry Bushokga. So there's definitely, I think, there's still a lot for him to answer before the commission, but whether or not he will be able to answer those questions, I mean, we'll have to wait and see until Monday and Tuesday if he's able to answer. But I get a sense that, his legal counsel will definitely, they'll be pulling off the same strategy. Even yesterday with Commissioner Sefo will definitely, they'll be pulling off the same strategy. Even yesterday with Commissioner Sesibaloye reprimanding, his legal counsel, saying that she's answering on behalf of the client. So it will be very, very interesting. But like I always say, the evidence leaders also have their way of extracting certain information from people like Vusumuzi Matlala, and we'll only have to wait and see if Advocate Mahlape Sello as well as Adela Hassim, will actually get anything from from Ket Matlala as well as his legal counsel.
Yeah, I mean, you're far more optimistic than me. I think, like I said to you yesterday, this is definitely...
We'll actually get anything from from Ket Matlala as well as his legal counsel.
Yeah, I mean, you're far more optimistic than me. I think, like I said to you yesterday, this is definitely where the rubber meets the road, because, not only are we seeing really the front and center main characters, but they are also represented by some heavyweight legal counsel who have done this dance many a times before in the courts of law. Some even having danced with the very same commissioners in different times in different spaces. And so I think it's going to become a bit more difficult for the evidence leaders to weave their way around these obstacles of their counterparts, whose primary job, really, as we saw with Suleiman Karim, these obstacles of their counterparts, whose primary job, really, as we saw with Suleiman Karim, as frustrating as it is, for all intents and purposes, his legal counsel won that round, because he doesn't have to present himself in front of the commission ever.
No, definitely. And the likes, like you're saying, of Annelien van der Heever, I mean, they are definitely heavyweights. And, when it comes to processes and procedures, I think she definitely has her No, definitely. And the likes, like you're saying, of Annelien van der Heever, I mean, they are definitely heavyweights. And, when it comes to processes and procedures, I think she definitely has her head in the right place, especially in defending Vusmuzi Matlala. But like you say, I'm an optimist, right? There's the commissioners, there's a chairperson, and two are very strong, evident leaders. And we'll have to wait. I mean, if the fact that they have set aside at maximum 3 days for his testimony, then I do believe that they will use each and every minute of those hours he's on the stand to sort of extract a lot of information from him. And also there is the time challenge, because Vusmuzi Matlala, when 3 o'clock hits, he has to go to Koshimampuru, to be under lockdown. So they definitely have to use the time that they have in their possession to the best of their ability.
And just a quick note on today, a very short day today, but Advocate Matthew Chockelson was going through the process of presenting some WhatsApp messages into the record.
No, definitely. And I think what has come out here today from his evidence is something that should really worry. Is something that should really worry all South Africans. And I think just at the center of it is how, the late Mswazing Sibi, as well as Katiso Katie Molefe and businessman Steve Mutsumi, are believed to have, purchased certain high quality technology in the sense of a grabber as well as a jammer. And these are actually technologies that no ordinary citizen in South Africa should have access to. And what we are hearing is that at one point they even tried to sell one of the jammers to the government of Eswatini under the guise that they were representing the state. And at the center of these allegations is also Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, who had allegedly, put a certain letter under a safe letterhead to give authority for this technology to be purchased from the Czech Republic. And what we are understanding is that not anybody can just purchase, this technology. Even this Czech company does not allow single individuals, but it's understood that they sell to governments as well as crime intelligence officials who may obviously want to intervene in anything that may happen in a particular country. But what we are hearing is that, these alleged criminal cartel members had actually access to these signal jammers as well as this grabber technology, and we just don't know why they would have it. But obviously what we can assume is that they had used this technology for their own personal benefits.
Sure. Sibahla Mota, let's leave it there for today. Always appreciate the time giving us a rundown of day 161 at the Madlanga Commission. A quick pause and then we come back and we catch up with the newly appointed Senior Garden Manager of Kirstenbosch National Botanical Gardens.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, just a few moments before we get to the bottom of the hour news headlines, but we thought we'd introduce our guest, Nondumiso Magija, who is the newly appointed Senior Garden Manager of Kirstenbosch National Botanical Gardens. And of course, the South African National Biodiversity Institute made the announcement on the appointment of Miss Nondumiso. Congratulations to you, I guess, first and foremost. How are you doing this of Miss Nondumiso? Congratulations to you, I guess, first and foremost. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm doing well, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. Before we get to the headline news, perhaps we use this 2 minutes just to, familiarize ourselves with your journey and how you make your way to being the garden manager of Kirstenbosch National Botanical Gardens. Where did it begin?
Wow. It began more than 20 years, I think, ago. And I began the journey by being an intern at Kirstenbosch National Botanical Garden. And it was a 2-year internship, and I was learning from all the experienced horticulturists at Kirstenbosch at the time. And then in 2002, I was appointed as an outreach horticulturist. Then I had the privilege then to take Kirstenbosch to the Cape Flats and various communities of Cape Town. I worked there for 4 years and worked for the other organizations as well, just to learn more about the industry. And now I just came from Watasasuru Botanical Garden as a curator there and joining Kirstenbosch. So it's like a full cycle for me to be back here in this garden.
Absolutely. What a journey indeed. We're going to just pause for the headline news with Jolani, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with Nondumiso Magija.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Police are probing the murder of a 17-year-old boy who was gunned down near a taxi rank in Delft on the Cape Flats yesterday. Police spokesperson Wesley Twigg says the teenager died on the scene. A male teacher at Minerva Secondary School in Alexandra in the north of Johannesburg has been suspended after allegations of sexual misconduct and sexual harassment were brought forth by several learners. And finally, the Matlanga Commission has heard that tobacco manufacturer Carney Links turned to late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi for help to recover stolen stock after the company was hit by robberies and thefts. Chief Evidence Leader Advocate Matthew Chaskelson was reading WhatsApp messages extracted from Msibi's cell phone. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
In case you missed it.
Can you respond to the allegation that he made against you, that you told him he would not be fired, but seemingly changed your mind?
Oh, leadership is tough. You've got to make decisions based on the facts before you. And if you never ever prepare to change your mind, then you, by definition, are not going to be a very good leader forever.
Is that a concession that you did, in fact, then renege on your word?
So I had to make a tough decision based on what was happening in agriculture that I thought was best for the party and best for the country.
I'm going to take it as a yes.
I stand by that.
Gordon Hill-Lewis, the leader of the Democratic Alliance.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, Nondumiso Magija joins us now, newly appointed Senior Garden Manager at Kirstenbosch National Gardens. And what a 20 years journey it has been for you to find yourself full circle back to where it all began as an intern 20 years ago. And we were just talking with my team to say, well, I guess we are familiar with the term horticulturalist, right? But unless you are someone with a particular passion and interest in the fauna and the flora and the forestry, perhaps you are not as familiar with the profession of being a horticulturist and what that all entails. Bore us, please, with the details that you probably go, oh my goodness, I have to break this down again, as to what a career in horticulturalness entails.
Oh, okay. So In basic terms, horticulture is the art or practice of garden cultivation and management. So, in basic terms, horticulture is the art or practice of garden cultivation and management. So it's working with plants, and if we talk about the botanical gardens, we call it conservation horticulture because we're looking at focusing on biodiversity conservation, especially taking care of plants ex situ and in situ conservation, all of those things. But in basic terms, it's just growing and maintaining plants, the science of plants, yes.
And it really is a science and an art, right, Nondumiso? Because in one part, you are referred as the garden manager, but in the other part, you also referred to as the curator, meaning that there is, yes, the practical scientific, element and component of the job, but also there's the artistic element of the job.
Correct. Because many of our horticulturists are responsible for the display gardens that we have in the garden that are reflecting or a reflection of the South African national flora. So all that work is involved in horticulture, yes. But you must have love of plants. So horticulturists, I call myself a gardener. That's my first title.
Absolutely. I would not do well. I would not don't have a green finger amongst my 10. But I do try. So you are the first woman appointed to this senior garden manager role at Kirstenbosch National Gardens. Does it come with its own sense of perhaps pressure and I don't know, pressure, challenge? Or maybe it's just a beautifully, like a beautifully expansive opportunity for you to really see through your individual and collective vision.
It's a great opportunity, and I do know or recognize that it does come with a significance of being the first woman in this role, that there could be pressure associated with it. But I want to view it more as an opportunity to showcase, I think, my skills and the team, the excellent team that we have at Kirstenbosch, and also just to look after this beautiful space that we have in the Western Cape and in South Africa and the whole world as a whole. But as a woman, I think in particular, I think it's even more significant, I think, for young women as well to know that they can take leadership roles and not to exert too much pressure on yourself, just do the work. I think the work it will speak for itself. That's what is important for me, yeah.
Is this a professional path that still draws a lot of interest and attention from young people?
It still draws a lot of people. I think young people, we've got a lot of interns in many of our national botanical gardens. I think maybe may have missed to mention that Kirstenbosch is part of the network of 11 national botanical gardens. And we also have 2 zoological gardens that fall under SANBI. And as many young people have gone through the internship program at Kirstenbosch and other botanical gardens as well. Even now, we've got a lot of young people that are interested in the field. And so it's different. It's horticulture, it's gardening, but they are different. I think people, what I would call it, focus areas, because some people will just want to focus purely on research, and we do research as well with all our horticulturists. Other people will want to go maybe on commercial, industry, sales, nurseries, and all of that. But I think what is important is that it's a field that you must be willing to work with your hands, your head, and your heart as well. It's very important to connect all of those dots so that you can succeed within the industry. Yeah.
And I'm very interested also to know about the research element, right? And the interest from scholars and researchers in particular when it comes to Kirstenbosch Gardens. And maybe we start there, in fact, because the garden is more than just in Bosch Gardens, and maybe we start there. In fact, because the garden is more than just an aesthetically beautiful space that we come to, align our chakras and enjoy the beauty that you and your team have put together. But it is a space that has interested scholars and researchers alike for a long time.
Correct, yeah. And I think you are raising an important question because there is a difference between a botanical garden and a park. So with botanical gardens, we've got what we call living collections. The plants that we have in our garden is plants that we can do research and see if they can, grow conditions. And there is also what we talk about, maybe species that are maybe threatened in the wild that we want to come and bring them into the garden and conserve this valuable plant material that we have. So the important part, I think, is that with the gardens or with the botanical gardens, the plants that you bring in, you have to know where you collected the plant. There must be a record of that plant, and then the rest of the stuff like the growth form, is it threatened? Is it some of the plants? I think maybe what I can touch on, on a more personal note. For me, I grew up. I think I was raised by my grandma, and many of the plants I said, I think it's one day to some of my colleagues here that I hardly went to the doctor, for an example, because they were using plants that were grown, in the garden or just in the wild. And today we have like a useful plant garden at Kirstenbosch, and we can link people and plants because it's plants. Sometimes the research can be done on certain plants, but already there is indigenous knowledge about those plants. But scientifically, one can still do some research there and then establish what can, what other uses those plants can be used for. So there's a whole lot of work that goes on behind the scenes of what you see when you visit the garden.
Absolutely. For you also, what would be, whilst we're on that personal meets professional note, for you, what have you set your vision for, for the tenure of your leadership, the kind of legacy that you hope to leave behind at Kirstenbosch?
Thank you, Bridget. What is important for me is to work with communities, to work with the team here at Kirstenbosch, to work with the different stakeholders to ensure that this wonderful treasure that we have in South Africa is leading, it continues to lead. And the science and public engagement, all of those are what is important for me. But I think if I were to sum it up into one word, it's collaboration for me. It's collaboration to achieve all of these different aspects. If we talk about living collections, if we talk about research, if we talk about community, because we know that there's a lot of people who are interested in this garden, who are invested in this garden, the success of this garden. I want to work with those people to ensure that this garden remains a leading national botanical garden.
I'm also just curious to wonder in such an expansive garden that has spanned many years. I mean, what is the oldest item? What is the oldest plant that is at Kirstenbosch?
Oh no, I don't think I can tell you now. The oldest plant. I don't have that.
You'd have to go into the archives, no?
I'll have to go to the archives. But just to let you know that the garden was established in 1913. So, and before then, there was also like work already ongoing the work to actually establish the garden. So, it's a long, rich history that one can check maybe even in our website.
Yeah, I mean, 1913, that's quite a time, because now I'm also thinking, Nondumi, so we know how Cape Town is plagued, Western Cape is plagued with like seasonal environmental issues, veld fires and runaway fires and things like that. How is the garden maintained is sort of the space? How has it been able to be protected through all of that? And I can imagine that also, without understanding obviously the landscape environment of Cape Town, so I don't even know if it's ever a threat, perhaps from nearby fires.
Oh, it is a constant threat because Fynbos is prone to fires in general. So, but we have management plans that are in place to ensure that we have to ensure that we are compliant, I think, with the fire management legislation and ensure that we have the fire breaks and do what we are supposed to do that is humanly possible. But fire and Fynbos, you can't separate those two. And fire is actually useful for Fynbos in general. Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Well, listen, the next time we have a conversation, I'm going to hold you to giving me a rundown on some of the oldest plants that are found at Kirstenbosch. But as we prepare to wind it down, we've also seen how over the years, Kirstenbosch, alongside other national gardens, have really evolved in terms of how the spaces are positioned. And they've leaned in very much to being very interactive spaces, very inviting, very open. Does that form part of the longer future vision also in how do you sustain, the traffic and the interest in gardens? Because the business of keeping the gardens also is very dependent on us coming to the gardens and appreciating the space and interacting with it.
Yes. Our intention is to ensure that we get as many people to come and visit the garden. We've got a public engagement unit that deals with schools that come to the garden. But I think the bigger picture, on an annual basis, we get close to 1 million visitors that come to the garden. But we want to see more of locals visiting Kirstenbosch. I think that's quite important for us. And we will work, I think, with schools. We continue to do that, but I think we'll amp that up a little bit to ensure that people have access to Kirstenbosch.
Well, we appreciate the time, and we know that you come alive once the springtime comes with all kinds of interesting events. And so we'll encourage our listeners to keep a close, keen eye on your social media platforms just to see how you begin to activate the space come this summer and the summers to come. Nondumiso Majija, thank you so much for the time. Newly appointed Senior Garden Manager of Kirstenbosch National Botanical Gardens. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side with our next guest. And we're trying to understand a digital model by Dr. Sylvia that aims to tackle rural admin bottlenecks. But she'll let us know about that broadly after this.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Deciding to ignore the GPS may cost you a longer commute, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With OUTsurance, 37-year-old Lerato saves a mind-blowing 599 Rand a month on her 2026 Kia Sonet. Switch to OUTsurance today and you too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
A very good evening, or rather afternoon to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Charlotte Pala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps? Is her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Catch the Mzansi's Beautiful Game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football, we have played a lot of my football to with the ladies. At times, I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, it is Women's Month after all, and so we're continuing to spotlight innovative women that are in various industries. And today we're stepping into the tech space and seeing how a proposed digital model could make basic government services faster, more accessible, and more accountable for people in rural South Africa. Joining me is Research Associate at the University of Johannesburg's Department of Commercial Accounting, Dr. Sylvia Sibuku. How are you doing this afternoon, Doc?
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon to the listeners. I'm doing great. I'm blessed. Yeah.
We love it. Thank you for making the time. We appreciate it. And I guess perhaps let's start off by understanding, is it Trada DigiLink and how that comes about?
Trada DigiLink model.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How does what is Trada DigiLink model firstly, and what was the inspirational motivation?
It's a short version of traditional digitization model.
Okay.
We are talking about digital this times or this era. Mine is related to rural communities. and is for traditional authorities. So it is inspired by the services that are rendered by traditional authorities leaders in the rural villages of Limpopo. It can be across Africa or across South Africa, because we do have rural areas all over the continent. Yes. So StrategyLink is a digital transformation model that I have researched during my PhD studies with the University of Johannesburg. So I had to develop this model to assist our traditional leaders, headsmen, you can say chiefs and civic associations, or business people around there, or local government or government itself, so that they can integrate their services with the traditional authorities, which are governors of rural areas. Services with the traditional authorities, which are governors of rural areas.
Got you. So in terms of just trying to simplify it for the benefit of myself and the listeners, talk to us about perhaps what were, during your research phases, some of the challenges that were identified, or some of the hurdles that were identified, speaking to the different tiers or even the different administrative levels, and then how DigiLink aims to answer that.
Let me start by saying I'm coming from rural,
administrative levels, and then how DigiLink aims to answer that.
Let me start by saying I'm coming from rural, I'm surrounded by mountains there, so I'm familiar with the challenges that we face on a daily basis there. So everybody knows who's coming from the rural that we are governed by traditional leaders. So fortunately, our government have established traditional authorities. Some they say is tribal officers. So during my research, administrative services that are supposed to be rendered for the communities are done by traditional leaders. And even the rural dwellers, they trust their own chiefs, their own officers, which are established by COGTA, Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. So there are those offices that have been established in various areas, but it's not in all villages or is not in all rural of Bembe, because my study is based on Wembe district municipality. So there are so many rural villages there. So I wanted to understand the services that are rendered by traditional authorities leaders, whether it's His Majesty, because under Bembe we have His Majesty, MPK Chibase, and all his chiefs and all his headsmen. So I wanted to understand the services that they render. So basically there are transactions that need to be digitized, because of they are also integrated with government. Services like marriage, custom marriages, services like residential addresses, which are approved when you have to go and transact, whether it's a private sector or whether it's with the government. So you need to start from your traditional office. Issues of land, issues of businesses, issues of permits, they are done within the traditional authority offices. So that transpired me to say we need to digitize these services. We are looking at challenges like time consuming. You have to be there personally for you to receive services. It's not like now where we can just go online and do e-appointment, electronical appointment, or even electronical application for all the services that I've just mentioned now. So I saw a gap. And I know that it can only be bridged by having technological systems that can help them. So this DigiLink is a model that has some framework on it. And one of the framework which is very much important is capacity building, where we see that they cannot be, understanding what is digitization, what is digital transformation. Those are the questions that I wanted to ask in order for me to achieve the objective. So I could find out that no, they don't know about digital transformation, and they think that is some machines that can come and take over what they are doing, and their people will not trust that. So this is coming to address such challenges by integrating services and digitize them so that they can have efficient service and also accountable and also have security around their lives on daily basis. Yes.
Have you already rolled out this model to some degree, particularly in the areas where you come from in the Vembe district? And what has that integration been like? Particularly because, chiefs can be rural old men who are sometimes stuck in their ways, especially if there aren't any younger chiefs in the lineage that are a bit more clued up. But how has that sort of process been?
The process, as you know, that I'm a research associate at the University of Johannesburg, so we are doing it by phases. So already interviews has already been conducted, and data is here now for us to develop something that is tangible, because information is here. We understand the problems that they are facing, and we understand that they are really looking for solutions. So now is the time where we need to sit down and develop the system where they can say, we have a system as villagers. We don't have to use WhatsApp as our own communication for record keeping or for appointments or for announcements, because we are living in the rural way, the mountains. Sometimes there is no network services. There is a gap for infrastructure, especially on technology and also on digital. So we need to start having the system on board now, and we need to integrate the system through local government, which is Thulamela or Vembe district, where they can say, yes, we really need this. Because when I was conducting my interviews, I could tell that they are really looking for a solution. So this platform will help them, and it has to be done in a way that they won't feel that their culture is being taken away or is being undermined. Yes.
Yeah. And interesting, Doc, because, you bring up the element of lack of infrastructure, right?
Yes.
And things, Doc, because, you bring up the element of lack of infrastructure, right?
Yes.
And things such as network penetration in rural areas beyond just Venda throughout South Africa. So a system like this, I then presume, for it to really get off from the ground, requires a variety of stakeholders to come to the party.
Yes.
Because it's one thing to get the data correlated and design as a model, but that infrastructure needs to be there, and there needs to be a commitment to bringing that infrastructure to every corner of the country, including infrastructure such as network accessibility.
Yes, definitely. I mean, as I've already alluded to the gap which we have identified there, one of it is infrastructure, digital infrastructure, connectivity. In terms of network services. So those are the challenges. But we are saying, let us have a system, a platform that the rural villagers can actually relate to, because we do have e-governance and e-electronic systems, but it's not working for them because they still want to go to their chiefs for services, and they trust these services. I mean, I was very surprised to find out that they understand the processes of Home Affairs. They understand the processes, the processes of SAP, police services. They know that police will come to the chief to inquire about certain processes of Home Affairs. They understand the processes, the processes of SAP, police services. They know that police will come to the chief to inquire about certain individuals in the rural. So all these things, you can tell that if there's a platform that is easy and developed, so people can actually go there and get assistance and also improve their lives. Digital transformation is about improving lives. It's about strengthening and supporting what is there or what is available for the people to have efficient services.
Absolutely. I mean, I wish we had more time.
Available for the people to have efficient services.
Absolutely. I mean, I wish we had more time for this conversation, because I think there was still more to unpack, but we'll have to leave it there for today with Dr. Sylvia Sipugu, who is a research associate at the University of Johannesburg Department of Commercial Accounting. And we'll keep a keen eye on this particular one and see how Trada DigiLink model continues to develop and ultimately roll out and be implemented in a rural area near you. It's 2:00. Jolani is standing by with the top of the hour news.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding, and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Top stories this hour, another postponement in Reicha Park shooting case, and Madlanga Commission hears of links between Carney Links and late taxi boss. Good afternoon. The case against the second suspect arrested in connection with the Reicha Park mass shooting earlier this month has been postponed to next Tuesday. 24-year-old Jamal Meyer faces 4 counts of murder. Good afternoon. The case against the second suspect arrested in connection with the Reicha Park mass shooting earlier this month has been postponed to next Tuesday. 24-year-old Jamal Meyer faces 4 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 2 counts of robbery with aggravating circumstances, and possession of unlawful ammunition. Meyer will join 23-year-old Regan Cheslin Collins, who has already been charged in connection with the fatal shooting. Sipesi Hlenhlapo reports.
Meyer was arrested on Sunday following community tip-offs. The charges relate to the killing of 2 anti-gang unit officers and 2 women in Reicha Park earlier this month. His formal bail application will now be heard on the 25th of August alongside accused number 1, Regan Collins.
Police are probing the murder of a 17-year-old boy who was gunned down near a taxi rank in Delft on the Cape Flats yesterday. Police spokesperson Wesley Twigg says the teenager died on the scene. He says no arrests have been made.
According to reports, the victim was approached by an unknown suspect who shot him before fleeing the scene. The circumstances surrounding the incident are under investigation and the motive is yet to be determined.
A male teacher at Minerva Secondary School in Alexandra in the north of Johannesburg has been suspended after allegations of sexual misconduct and sexual harassment were brought forth by several learners. The Gauteng Education Department confirmed the suspension and says a full investigation is underway. Student body COSAS wants the grade 12 teacher at the school dismissed. COSAS representative Gabriel Siko says the Gauteng Education Department must ensure learners are protected and that alleged victims are not left vulnerable.
The parents are very aware, and as much as the teacher also tried to communicate with one of the victims' parents and apologize on what's happening. So which actually shows that he knows what he did and that it was extremely wrong.
The Madlanga Commission has heard that tobacco manufacturer Carney Links turned to late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi for help to recover stolen stock after the company was hit by robberies and thefts. Chief Evidence Leader Advocate Matthew Chaskelson was reading WhatsApp messages extracted from Msibi's cell phone. Chaskelson referred the Commission to exchanges between Carney Links director Kyle Phillips and Msibi, whom Phillips addressed as Papa Joe. The Commission heard that a man identified in the messages as Ali repeatedly offered to return stolen stock linked to a robbery at the company.
And what we see in these chats, we see a number of things, but essentially what we see is that when Carney Links gets robbed, they call up Mr. Msibi to sort it all out and find out who's robbed them and get their stock back. And if we go to page 5, we see that on the 26th of February, Mr. Phillips writes to Mr. Msibi, "Hey, Papa Joe, thanks for sorting out. Just tell us where to collect, but please ask if they can recover the firearms as well."
After restructuring Zambia's debt in his first term, President re-elect Hakainde Hichilema says there is more work to be done in his second term with the aim to double the size of the economy, create more jobs and expand opportunities for households. The 64-year-old won a second term today with roughly 60% of the vote. However, international observers say the vote was marred by intimidation and abductions. The BBC's Dingindaba Buyoya has the story.
Zambia's Electoral Commission said President Hakainde Hichilema secured over 60% of the vote. His main challenger, Brian Mundubile, received nearly 38%. Mr. Mundubile had claimed victory based on his campaign's parallel count and alleged there were irregularities, including military interference. He also denied government claims linking him to an alleged militia operation involving high-grade weapons calling them fabrications.
Recapping the top story this hour, the case against the second suspect arrested in connection with the Reha Park mass shooting earlier this month has been postponed to next Tuesday. 24-year-old Jamal Mayer faces 4 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 2 counts of robbery with aggravating circumstances, and possession of unlawful ammunition. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwebe.
In case you missed it,
Herman Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money.
You missed it.
Herman Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money. I'll get those people out of Lily Mine. Where are they? They're still there.
Mashaba, when you hear something like that, I mean, like I said, you could be sitting on an island somewhere, but you take this criticism, you must have a very thick skin, and how do you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm used to people who are drunk calling radio stations, and I mean, you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Gericke. Every generation has a story. Every generation has...
I mean, you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Gericke. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. 90 years of conversations. Recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm.
Hello, my name is SAfmRadio and I am from the Northwest University Mahikeng campus. I'd like to wish SAfm a big, good 90 years, and I want to say keep doing the good work.
SAfm is celebrating 90 years of existence in August, having undergone transitions from English services at inception in 1936 to Radio South Africa.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. The doctor's in the building. We're talking feminine. All right. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. The doctor's in the building. We're talking feminine health, women's health. We're looking at issues around endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids, and of course how all of this interplays with mental health. 061-410-4107. If you have something along these lines that you would like to ask the doctor, perhaps get some guidance in as far as the direction that you should be looking, get some guidance in as far as the direction that you should be looking. Now's the time. Don't wait until the last minute, because we literally just have a few moments with the doctor. As per usual, when we chat to medical and legal professionals, just my little reminder to you that the doctor is just here really to share her professional advice with us, not to give a consultation. For you to get a precise consultation, you'd have to visit your own medical practitioner or the doctor in a private time and as a patient. Dr. Jane Simucha joins us now, who's a medical doctor. How are you doing this afternoon, Dr. Jane?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. It's, we passed the middle mark, didn't it, Dr. Jane?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. It's, we passed the middle mark now of Women's Month, but we thought we'd continue perhaps highlighting some issues that are relevant to women. It is health and wellness today, and so we thought we'd focus a little on women's health, which can be very much a very broad spectrum, right? Because it takes us everywhere, from endometriosis to PCOS to menopause, and so the list keeps going. But maybe let's start with some things that we are familiar with. We've been going. But maybe let's start with some things that we are familiar with. We've been seeing a lot of women sharing around their PCOS journey, and maybe enlighten us as to, what that essentially is.
Oh, I love the question. So certainly, once again, thank you so much for having me today. I just want to start off with some few interesting facts, some things you may not have known, and why it's so important for us as ladies to begin this journey of self-advocacy. So number one, females are less likely to get bystander CPR. So this is because of fears of inappropriate touching or misinterpreting or fainting or collapse. Women are usually misdiagnosed when they're having a heart attack, and they're told that they have reflux or indigestion. Women's symptoms are usually put down to hysteria and anxiety, and female pain is disproportionately dismissed as anxiety, stress, or exaggeration. So I'm so glad we can zoom in a little bit in order to get some of that self-advocacy going. So to your question, what is PCOS? PCOS has gotten so much fame and popularity in the news, and it's become such a big thing. Essentially, your brain is responsible for menstrual cycles every single month, right? So your brain has this conversation with your ovaries, and it tells them what to do, how much estrogen to produce, how much testosterone to produce. Now, the problem in PCOS is that it's a broken telephone situation. So the brain will send a message to the ovaries, and then guess what the ovaries produce? Testosterone. So it is a huge metabolic mess up where the normal levels of testosterone and insulin become much higher than they should. And this is why a lot of the symptoms begin to present, like abnormal hair growth, irregular periods, and huge hormonal imbalances, because you're not supposed to have that much testosterone. And it's just because of the brain sending through the wrong message.
Interesting. Now, is this something that one is, for lack of a better phrase, for instance, is this something that one is born hardwired with, or maybe something that gets triggered by something? I'm not sure.
Love the question. It's such a beautiful question, and there is no hard, fast answer. So for some people, they are born with it, and we pick it up within the first few months of their cycles. This would be someone who has a period very late, and then when they have a period, it's a couple of months before the next one. And then other people, they have a few safety mechanisms in check, and so we don't actually pick up on it until much later when they start to become perimenopausal, or if they have premature ovarian failure and the symptoms start to come out earlier. So you get different types of people. You can even have someone who has PCOS who has completely normal regular periods. But when we go and check on their blood test, their level of testosterone is much higher. So it varies individual to individual, and you can be born with it. And it's certainly one of the ones where you have to monitor for symptoms to see if you are within a normal or a not.
Now, PCOS, I wondered, how does it relate to fertility issues? Because you're right, we've been seeing it's for one or other reason, it's been getting a lot of PRing in recent years, and I think it's just probably women just sharing their journeys, right? And a lot of the times at least I've seen it on social media, when women hit a particular age, around about their mid-30s, late 30s, and they're trying to have children. And then PCOS is centered in that conversation. How does it relate to fertility, if at all?
Oh, that's such a beautiful question. You know what? It's normalized in female reproductive health that everything is supposed to be difficult. You know, periods are supposed to be difficult. Childbirth is supposed to be difficult. There's just an expectation of pain and suffering and difficulty. And part of that results in late presentation. So women won't verbalize their symptoms. They won't say, I feel like my period is irregular, or I feel like I have higher levels of testosterone than I should. You know, maybe this is supposed to be normal for me. So what happens in PCOS is those high levels of testosterone, they interfere directly with the levels required in estrogen, in progesterone, to be able to have a normal monthly cycle. So you'll only have a normal cycle maybe once every 3 months, which makes it very difficult to predictively time a moment for fertility. And then given that you are able to fall pregnant, those levels of testosterone are not conducive to the survival of a viable pregnancy. So there's just so much against the female anatomy in a case of untreated PCOS, where you struggle to fall pregnant, you might fall pregnant, then you struggle to carry. So the different things that play a role are not singular and definitely require a lot of self-advocacy.
Let's take a quick pause here, Dr. Jane. We'll come back on the other side. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line if you'd like to field the question. Whilst the doctor is in the house, we're focusing on women's health. We're going to come back as well and touch a little bit on fibroids also. And a lot of the themes that we're touching on today are also somehow intertwined to female reproductive health. So if you have something that you need clarity on, you're more than welcome. The doctor can't give you any kind of advice because she has not consulted with you personally, but she can definitely steer you in the right direction so you ask the right kind of questions from your own medical practitioner.
The voices of yesterday meet the questions of today. SAfm 90 years.
Okay, let's get to the live read. Harmony Gold Mining Company Limited congratulates the 2026 Enactus South Africa national champion, the Nelson Mandela University, on their Batupile BioLoop Africa project and for the passion, creativity, and resilience shown by the team. For 2 decades, Harmony has proudly partnered with Enactus South Africa to empower the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and change makers. Investing in education is central to Harmony's commitment to building thriving, future-ready communities. We thank every participant, finalist, and stakeholders for making this remarkable 20-year journey one of innovation, opportunity, and shared success. This message is brought to you by Harmony, proud platinum sponsor of Enactus South Africa for 20 years.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings, and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
There's been no electricity for a week because my neighbors overloaded the transformer with their illegal connection. My daughter can't study at night because my neighbor blew our transformer by bridging his meter. My neighbors have been buying electricity from illegal vendors and using it carelessly. We live amongst them and allow them to vandalize vital electricity infrastructure. We need to stop that. Report illegal connections to Eskom on 0800 112722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Just me sneaking in a question around fibroids before we get to some of your WhatsApps. Fibroids, Dr. Jane, weirdly something very common amongst black women, and I want to say women of color, and every time I use that term, I remember a listener going, what is a woman of color? Every other race but Caucasian.
That's true. It's a good question. So what is a fibroid? I'm going to actually start off with a story. I had a patient from, our beautiful African continent, a woman of color, as you said. She was treated in a dominantly Caucasian country. And her fibroids were giving her a lot of issues. And actually, when she went to see the doctor, unfortunately, the doctor did not have the experience to manage them. So she basically told her, look, fibroids are common in people of African descent. There's nothing you can do. Move on, which was a highly, highly, highly inappropriate response. So fibroids are little growths on the uterus. They can be a variety of sizes, and they can cause a variety of symptoms depending on where they are. The easiest way I could explain it would be to say it's almost like, like pimples. So you can get pimples anywhere on your face. Some of them cause more problems than others, depending on where they are. Same thing with fibroids. If they're in the uterine cavity, they can cause problems with fertility or heavier bleeding. But if they're on the outside, then they usually might not cause any symptoms at all. That's essentially what they are.
A pesky little thing, because it tends to want to come back at times as well, even if you've had it removed.
Absolutely. Exactly like a pimple. You get them treated, then they come back. Fibroids are exactly the same. We have no idea what causes them. We usually remove them based on your symptoms and where they are. And unfortunately, when we remove them, they can come back. So they are pesky in that sense. But what's very reassuring is that they are non-cancerous. So it's not a malignancy. But what they cause is pelvic pressure, pelvic pain, heavy periods, bladder, lack of control, and things like that.
Absolutely. I want to, in our limited time, get to WhatsApp as well. We've just touched the surface of PCOS and fibroids, but I want to involve the listener. 061-410-4107. Let's go to WhatsApp.
I would like to remain anonymous. I'm here in Parisburg. But what I like to find out from the doctor, my woman, she always grumpy and do things when she's on period. I would like to know what is it can I do to help her or to accommodate her situation on that time of the month, because I'm really failing to understand, because she always like that. She's
Aw.
moody sometimes. So can you please assist in this regard?
Good afternoon, Bridget and the doctor. I'm a male of 66 years old, and 2 months ago I was diagnosed as having a blood pressure. It was so high, but now it's controllable. I'm on a pill called Reduc 25. Now, what I've noticed is that my weight has dropped drastically. Before I was diagnosed as having this blood pressure, my weight was ranging between 80 and 85 kilograms, but now it is 70 kilograms. That's a drastic loss of weight. Now, what could be the cause of the weight loss? Is it connected to my condition, that is now the blood pressure, or is it something else? The results that were taken from the clinic said I have nothing wrong. They even took blood samples. Then they saw nothing wrong with me. Now, what could be the cause of the loss of weight? Thank you.
All right, remembering that the doctor's not in consultation with you, so she's not giving you any medical advice, she's just giving you some guidance. Dr. Jane, I mean, the first one, it warms my heart because anytime a partner calls, I'm like, that's so sweet. It's not medical, it's more emotional, I think, and psychological. In the first one, it warms my heart because anytime a partner calls, I'm like, that's so sweet. It's not medical, it's more emotional, I think, and psychological.
Yes. Oh, I actually love that question. It's so sweet. So estrogen and progesterone are the two hormones responsible for a woman feeling happy and feeling less anxious. And when the period starts, those two hormones take a dip into a very, very low level, and that contributes to the moodiness. So in a way, it is something which we expect, a little bit of moodiness for a day or two. So how do you manage it? Number one, you need to eat. So you need to give energy through complex carbs to boost a little bit of blood sugar, and it will stabilize the emotion. This is why women get craving during their periods. Help them. Calcium supplements during the periods as well, and moringa powder during the periods. Make sure you get enough sleep. So a large part of the dipping is due to fatigue, low energy levels, and low blood sugar. So make sure she gets some sleep, and make sure you give her some stuff to eat. That being said, there is a range for normal. And if you are worried that this is out of the normal from your experience for maybe your sisters, your siblings, I would say please go and see a doctor to chat about it and make sure you're not missing a medical diagnosis underneath.
And then in our last minute, Doc, literally minute, is there a correlation between blood pressure and weight loss?
Beautiful question. I love that the listener asked that. Given the blood pressure meds that he was put on, weight loss would be between 1 and 5 kilos. So weight loss of 10 kilos is certainly excessive. So I would definitely say please look into that. Between 1 and 5 kilos when we start you on that water pill, that's what we would cut off at.
We have to leave it there for today, but perhaps just a last sound bite for you. Anyone out there suspecting anything amiss with their partner or themselves, would the first point of protocol be to go consult a GP or an OB?
A GP. Start with your GP.
Dr. Jane?
You can,
yes, continue.
No, I was going to say you can save a lot of money and get the answer that you need.
Wonderful. Dr. Jane, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Jane. It's 2:30. We're going to take Jelani with the headlines, and then we'll come back with the Kids Corner before we come back and wrap up the show. And today we're looking at how South Africa works, how our municipalities are actually meant to function. If you have a question around that, by the way, also feel free to send it through to our WhatsApp on 061 410 4107.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines, a 49-year-old man has appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrates Court in connection with the theft of a drug consignment from the Hawks premises on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. The case against the second suspect, arrested in connection with the Reha Park mass shooting earlier this month, has been postponed to next Tuesday. 24-year-old Jamal Meyer faces 4 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 2 counts of robbery with aggravating circumstances and possession of unlawful ammunition. And finally, the Madlanga Commission has adjourned for today and will resume tomorrow morning. Before the adjournment, the Commission heard evidence suggesting that late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi was linked to a cannabis cultivation project operated through Jack Frost Pharmaceuticals in Germiston in Ekurhuleni. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner on SAfm. Today we're talking about medicine safety and why it's important to use medicine carefully when we're not feeling well. Have you ever had to take medicine when you were sick? How did it make you feel? Should children only be given medicine that tastes nice? Or can medicine still help even when it tastes bitter? Why is it important to take medicine when a parent, guardian, doctor, nurse, or pharmacist says you should? What would you do if you found medicine at home or someone offered you medicine that wasn't meant for you? Why should you never share your medicine with a friend or take more medicine than you were told to take? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my surname is Makele. I am in grade 6A, registered in the school of Brixton Primary School. Yes, I take medicine every time when I'm sick. It made me feel bitter and uncomfortable because the medicine was too bitter. No, I prefer the medicines that are bitter because they help. The sweet medicines are really not helpful. No, I don't think medicine has to taste good to make you feel better. Because people who don't know, people from outside, if they say take medicine, it can be drugs or something. So it's better when you're given by someone that is loyal and giving you with the law and thinking about his or her own job. I wouldn't take the medicine because I might not know what's inside the medicine. Maybe they're trying to drug me and steal me. If you take more medicine than you should take, you can get sick every more. And drinking the medicine or eating the pills that you're not supposed to eat can make you very sick because you don't know what's inside the pills or what if you have allergies inside the pills. So you better stay away from pills that are not yours and from strangers. Thank you, my lovelies. Thank you for your time.
Well, even if it doesn't taste good, I still take it with a sad face. Sweet medications make you feel like you're not sick. I know the importance of taking medication, especially with my chronic condition. And the doctor is trying to help me stay alive. Thank you and have a lovely day further.
Good day, everyone. My name is Zolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I've had take medicine when I was sick. It's made me feel much better. No, kids should be given the medicine that helps the most because the only thing that matters is when it helps the most, but not the taste. No, I don't think medicine has to taste good to help you get better. Why is it important to take medicine only when a parent, guardian, doctor, or pharmacist says you should? Because wrong doses or wrong drugs can poison the body, cause several allergies, reactions, or mix badly with other substances. What would I do if I found medicine at home or someone offered me medicine that wasn't meant for me? I would not take the medicine that is not prescribed for me. Why should you never share your medicine with a friend or take more medicine than you were told to take? Because medicine or taking extra doses is dangerous because it can cause severe health harm, dangerous allergy reactions, or accidentally overdose. Every person's body and medical needs are different. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, my name is Putamachete. Yes, I take medicine the way I am supposed to, even when it does not taste good. When it tastes sweet, I pour just a little more. Yes, I know the importance of taking it does not taste good. When it tastes sweet, I pour just a little more. Yes, I know the importance of taking medicine according to the doctor's orders. The importance is so that there are no consequences.
It's me, Angel Mangavera, and I live in Limpopo. Yes, I have taken medicine
according to the doctor's orders. The importance is so that there are no consequences.
It's me, Angel Mangavera, and I live in Limpopo. Yes, I have taken medicine when I was sick, and to be honest, some of it tasted bitter, but it helped me feel better. No, kids should not only get medicine that tastes nice, because bitter medicine can be the one that helps us most. Medicine does not have to taste good to work. The important thing is that it makes us healthy. We must only take medicine when a parent, guardian, doctor, or pharmacist tells us to, because they know the right amount of medicine for us to take. If I find medicine or someone gives me medicine that is not mine, I will not take it because I never know what is going to happen or the side effects that might come with taking the medication. So it's best for me to consult with an adult or someone that knows about medication very well. We must never share medicine or take more than we were told because it can hurt us in many ways. Thank you and have a lovely day. Well, I don't get sick often, but I do get sick. When I take my medication, I take it properly so that I can get well. But if you don't take your medication properly, you will just keep getting sick. And you don't want to keep getting sick. So you must all just keep getting sick. And you don't want to keep getting sick. So you must always take your medication on the doctor's order. And do you know the importance of taking your medication in the doctor's order? It is for you to not die or faint anywhere. And also it is that, do you know the importance of taking your medication in the doctor's order? It is for you to not die or faint anywhere. And also it is that the doctor is making your life easier and so that you can live longer.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nesisa and my name is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I have ever taken medicine when I was sick. It made me feel better. No, I think kids should not only get medicine that tastes nice, because bitter medicine can help you get better. No, I do not think medicine has to taste good to make you feel better. I think it is important to take medicine only when a parent, guardian, doctor, or pharmacist says you should, because the wrong medicine can make you feel sick and can be really dangerous for your body. If someone found medicine at home or someone offered me medicine that was not meant for me, I would tell an adult that I trusted and I would not touch it. I think you should never share your medicine with a friend or take more medicine than you were supposed to take, because it can be very harmful and can make someone cry. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Today, we're talking about something that many of us may experience when we're sick: medicine. Sometimes medicine can help us feel better and recover from illnesses, but we need to remember that medicine is not something we should take on our own. Some medicines may taste sweet, while others can taste bitter or unpleasant. But medicine does not have to taste good to work. The important thing is that we take the correct medicine in the correct amount and at the correct time as directed by a doctor, pharmacist, parent, or guardian. Friends, we should never take medicine just because we find it at home or because someone offers it to us. Medicine that is safe for one person may not be safe for another person. If you find medicine lying around, don't touch it or put it in your mouth. Tell a trusted adult immediately. We should also never share our medicine with a friend, even if they have the same symptoms as us. And we must never take more medicine than we were told to take. Taking too much medicine can be dangerous and can make us very sick. Sometimes you may not like the taste of your medicine, or you may feel nervous about taking it. That's okay. Tell your parent, guardian, doctor, or pharmacist how you feel. Don't stop taking prescribed medicine or change the amount yourself. Let a trusted adult or healthcare professional guide you. It's also important to keep medicine safely stored away from young children and only use them when an appropriate adult or healthcare professional says it's okay. So friends, remember this important rule. Medicine is not sweets, and it is not something we should experiment with. Never take medicine that isn't meant for you, never share your medicine, and never take more than you're supposed to. Taking care of your health means making safe choices and asking for help when we need it. When it comes to medicine, always stop, ask, and make sure a trusted adult knows. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit, one region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trend with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, in our final moments of the show, we are catching up with Matshidiso Lingwasa, who is a budget analyst and researcher at Section 27, focusing on public finance, social justice, and participatory democracy. It's our series on how South Africa works as we lead up to the local government elections. And today we are asking the question, how are our municipalities meant to function? Matshidiso, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you and your listeners. I'm doing well, thanks. And how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. So we're building up to the local government elections, of course, that are coming up in November. And we're just trying to educate ourselves and our listeners and simplify concepts around how South Africa works. And today we thought we'd have a focus on municipalities, as part and parcel of that, because this is essentially the system that's meant to service us in the best possible way. But it's oftentimes, I think, the system that we have very little understanding in terms of how it's actually administered and how it works.
No, I mean, thank you for the opportunity. I think it's really important to reflect on that, because when we make, as people participate in local government elections this year, I think it's really important for people to make informed decisions, and often there is confusion around who does what. And it's very important to know who's responsible for what so that we can hold them accountable over the next 5 years.
Interesting. And Matsidi, so in terms of that core mandate of municipalities, what are the different, if there are even different types and maybe even different structures that speak to that mandate?
So with our government, as I mentioned earlier, that it's very important to know who does what, right? So there are 3 spheres of government. You have national, which does policy for the most part, provincial governments, which provide education, health services, social protection, and then you get local government, which receives its mandate from the Municipal Service Act. And in that, I think, and most people get the sense that when it comes to municipalities, they are supposed to deliver water, electricity, refuse collection, look after our parks and community infrastructure. And when it was envisioned at the beginning of our democratic dispensation as a country, that local government is supposed to have a developmental role. So the way that municipalities function is theoretically supposed to be advancing our nation-building projects as a country. And so we know that, we can have a conversation about how effective that has been more than 30 years later. But in terms of the categories, as you asked, so we have 3 distinct categories. So you get your metros, your large urban areas, Johannesburg, Tshwane, Cape Town, eThekwini, and they perform major local government functions. And these are generally more well-resourced because these are metropolitans, and that's where a lot of the economic activity in the country happens. You also get local municipalities, and these are generally more well-resourced because these are metropolitans, and that's where a lot of the economic activity in the country happens. You also get local municipalities, which govern individual towns or cities and surrounding areas, and district municipalities, which cover several local municipalities, and those 2 typically tend to struggle when it comes to finances, because local government is seen as, in theory, supposed to be self-sustaining, self-financing, and be able to collect money. But when the majority of people in that municipality, or that's the municipal financing, and be able to collect money, but when the majority of people in that municipality, or that the municipality serves, are unemployed, it becomes quite tricky to do so.
I think that there's so many layers for us to try and understand and unpack. Just even looking at the sort of the different categories from the metropolitan, the district, and the local municipality, I wonder if there's any duplications, perhaps even in some of the systems and some of the functionality, and is there, if where there is there a way of maybe streamlining duplications, perhaps even in some of the systems and some of the functionality? And is there, if where there is there a way of maybe streamlining in order to get efficiency of system?
Yes, I think that's a really good question, because there's been a lot of discourse and interventions around rethinking local government and how it functions. And one of the key areas is around like delivery and capacity. And so you do have, the criticism that we have of governments of working in silos, but often sometimes like duplicating outcomes. And then the things that are needed, where the gaps are, is not being delivered effectively in that way. And so I think it is important for people to continue to, and the listeners, to continue to monitor things like the local government funding white paper, for example, and some of the work or the reflections from your SALGAs and following in parliaments, because we're at a point right now, I think we see it in the country, where we have many political parties that are really, it seems quite desperate to win municipalities now. This local government, they really, really want to win. And I think it's very important at this moment, because it could be a defining moment in our history for people in our country to be thinking, but what do we actually want out of a municipality? And then from that, be able to, elect or to ask of whether it's a ward councillor or, be it a ward council or mayor or whatever people would like. We know what we would demand more of. I think one of the duplication is one aspect of it, and I think also the capacity of municipalities is something that's also going to be interrogated now.
Just a quick pause from our end, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Sure.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
Yes, morning to me. Well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAFM 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Continues. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are catching up with Matsiriso Lingwasa, who is a budget analyst and researcher at Section 27, focusing on public finance and social justice, as well as participatory democracy. And we're looking at how South Africa works. And Matsiriso is trying to simplify some complicated concepts for us so that we are armed and informed by the time November comes. How do we in this system? How do we identify what makes for? Maybe before I even ask that one, Matsidi. So let's go back to where we left it before the break, right? When it comes to voting local government elections, oftentimes we would have the conversation as people trying to disseminate information that you can, this is the opportunity where you can split your vote. So the nationals is the opportunity where you can split your vote with your national ballot and your local ballot. But I think because of our lack in understanding how local government works, understanding concepts such as municipalities and wards and such things, we maybe don't lean on a strong enough understanding of why we can split the vote when it comes 2 years down the line. How if you vote for function and efficacy at municipal, even if it means you're not voting necessarily for the party that you vote for at national, you literally are voting for service delivery. Who can do that the best at local government?
Yes, I think that's a really important point, and I think we'll probably see much of that at local government this iteration of elections, because I think we've already seen so much coalition, and I think also as people we've seen different parties that maybe would not have had expression. Maybe GNU now has afforded some of those parties to show expression in Parliament, but at a local government level, I think many people are starting to see what different parties actually have to offer, and we know a lot of promises, but when it comes to implementation, what does that actually look like? And I think that if we are going to measure a well-functioning municipality, which I think is what you're alluding to, is that we need to also go beyond the status quo of if they have a clean audit, it means they're functioning well, because what we've seen, especially from a budget perspective, is that a lot of, even the municipalities that seem well-run, they are often, there's often a lack of service delivery, especially for the most marginalized indigent people in those communities. So it isn't just about good paperwork, but it's where really we need to measure where the basic services work. And, is water reliable? Does refuse get collected? Sewage infrastructure, roads, are theirs maintained? Is the municipality financially stable? Can it collect revenue? All of those things. And most of all, for me, especially as a budget analyst, I think it's important to understand whether the municipality actually spends its money well. So not only do they allocate money towards service delivery, but does every single rand allocated actually translate into quality public service delivery? And I think that at a national level, and also going back to your question, is that national level, a lot of it is, national government is very important in that it sets policy and intention for what nation building or what our country will look like over the next 5 years. And that's really important. And I think also at a local government, of course, policy and ideology will inform how the different parties play out in local government. But ultimately, the true measure at local government level is directly, is this a quality service delivery or not? And I think that for that reason, people will probably feel more open to seeing what do different people have to offer, different parties have to offer.
And as you say, it's not about just the clean audit, right? Because I feel like most of us probably don't even know what that data looks like, what it reads like, because we don't engage it. What we engage is the streets that we drive on and walk on every day. What we engage is whether or not there's water coming out of our taps. Is that infrastructure holding? Is it catering for the demand? Is the refuse gone? All those particular elements. And then where do we go to hold people accountable? So even if we were to try and understand, in terms of what you say, for instance, the public finance purse and how it affects service delivery, where do we even go to get that information or to engage that information at the different levels in our municipalities and in our wards?
And that's another really important question, because one of the key components, or what makes local government so special, is that public participation component, that public education thing. So ideally, if our policies were actually fully implemented on our legislation in that way, then you would have most of the public participation in South Africa happening at local government level. So if people want to know about what's happening in their ward, in their municipality, that information will be easily accessible. But now what we do have is that sometimes there are interventions like the IDP process where people can participate, which does sometimes help, but I think it also depends on the quality of people who are involved there, the ward councillor, for example, and that's why these elections are so important. That's one of the ways that there can be public participation. So following the budgets and following the state of the municipalities, the state of, those kind of addresses, they do theoretically provide better or opportunities to know what's happening in our, in the municipality. I know this website, vulegamali.org, is one that is very good at for people to know how much money is being allocated at a municipal level within their district. So I think that I'm not so sure about Treasury updating that information. So the information is patchy and it is around, but I think that government can do a way better job at making it concise so that as people we can make better informed decisions.
Just as we conclude our conversation, if you had to leave us with one question that maybe one probing question that we should be asking our station, if you had to leave us with one question that maybe one probing question that we should be asking ourselves, that would lead us down a path of trying to better understand and participate from that would lead us down a path of trying to better understand and participate from a position of being empowered, what would that question be?
Yeah, I think that right now, because and over the next few months, it's going to be promises galore from all the different people, political parties who are vying for people's votes. And I think that, my sense is that I haven't seen such contestation around local government, throughout my lifetime. I know I'm still young, but still. And I think that we, as a country, I think we've heard enough when it comes to promises. And I think that people really need to ask how these promises are going to be funded. So when they say that they're going to, whichever candidate or ward councillor says that vote for me because I will do A, B, and C, I think that we need to be able to ask, and people must ask in this context of fiscal consolidation and a constrained public purse, how are we going to realize that? If electricity is going to be accessible for all at cheaper rates, they need to explain how they're going to do that. And I think it's a simple ask, but I think in a context where we're just so used to every year the same old promises, I think it's refreshing and will be able for people to make informed decisions around the quality of candidates, and they can be proud of who they vote for after that and hold them accountable for what they have explained.
Well, that's some sage advice then. We appreciate your time. That was Matsiriso Lingwasa, who's a budget analyst and researcher with Section 27. That's where we leave it from our end, 3 o'clock on the dot. Jolani is coming through with the top of the hour news, and then Ashraf is going to kick off the National Pulse. We have a special day tomorrow and a special guest coming to co-host with us for SAFM 90th. Mr. 10 past 4 is going to be here. You're already asking for some of those liners, and we'll play them all for you tomorrow with Aldrin St. Pierre coming through on the Full Circle. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Top stories: a Sawa KZN drugs theft case postponed and a new speaker for the Northwest Legislature. Good afternoon, I'm Jolani Tulo Webe. A 49-year-old man has appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrates Court in connection with the theft of a drug consignment from the Hawks premises on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. The Hawks says Lucas Lechabe was arrested on the 7th of this month. He initially made a court appearance in Germiston a week ago while being transferred to KwaZulu-Natal. Lechabe's arrest follows an intensive investigation by members of Pretoria's Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit. Hawks spokesperson Katleho Mohale.
A 49-year-old appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrate Court following his arrest on the 7th of August after an intensive investigation by the members of the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Team. And he appeared on the 11th in transit so that he is able to appear today in court. He had been in custody since then, and he will be appearing on the 8th and the 9th of September for formal bail application.
The case against the second suspect arrested in connection with the Reha Park mass shooting earlier this month has been postponed to next Tuesday. 24-year-old Jamal Meyer faces 4 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 2 counts of robbery with aggravating circumstances and possession of unlawful ammunition. Meyer will join a 23-year-old Regan Cheslin Collins, who has already been charged in connection with the fatal shooting. Sipesi Hlenhlapo reports.
Meyer was arrested on Sunday following community tip-offs. The charges relate to the killing of 2 anti-gang unit officers and 2 women in Reha Park earlier this month. His formal bail application will now be heard on the 25th of August alongside accused number 1, Regan Collins.
The Madlanga Commission has adjourned for today and will resume tomorrow morning. Before the adjournment, the Commission heard evidence suggesting that the late taxi boss Mswazi Msibi was linked to a cannabis cultivation project operated through Jack Frost Pharmaceuticals in Germiston in Ekurhuleni. Evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskelson read WhatsApp messages extracted from Msibi's cell phone into the record. Chaskelson said that chats, photographs and videos appeared to show cultivation activities taking place before a license dated 19 September 2022 was issued. He added that investigations are still determining whether any other permit was in place at the time.
But what it seems like is that what we are looking at is production that took place before a license was issued, or certainly before this license was issued. We will be making inquiries to establish what the true state of affairs was. If it wasn't permitted, then this would be illegal cultivation of dagga, which would be a crime under the drugs. I forget what the Drugs Act is now called.
Newly elected Northwest Legislature Speaker Viola Mutsumi says one of her key priorities will be to strengthen accountability. Mutsumi was elected Speaker after defeating the EFF's Sheikh Botswe, receiving 25 votes to Botswe's 9. The ANC's majority secured Mutsumi's election, marking her return to the leadership of the legislature after she served as Deputy Speaker in 2019. This election comes after former Speaker Desbo Mohono resigned last week to take over as Education MEC. Mutsumi says she will also ensure the Portfolio Committee support the executive in addressing service delivery challenges.
That I'm the former Deputy Speaker of the legislature. So the little experience is there. It's not going to be that difficult for me to commence with my responsibilities. But most importantly, the emphasis must be on the accountability. We are encountering challenges in terms of service delivery. From my observation, in most instances, I've seen that the portfolio committees, instead of actually focusing on how to resolve, on how to give the executive support in terms of implementing their service delivery, normally they focus on actually criticizing. So that's where we are going to start.
Scientists have warned that the impact of rising global temperatures on the health of older people has been significantly underestimated. Researchers at Stanford University in the US say that previous studies have focused on younger people. The BBC's Ella Bignell has the story.
The study looked into how different age groups would cope with extreme heat by the year 2100 under different levels of global warming. It found earlier research overlooked that older adults are more vulnerable because they produce less sweat, have weaker hearts, and are more likely to have underlying medical conditions. Researchers also warned highly populated countries with high levels of poverty were most at risk, with India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Niger identified as particularly vulnerable. They said that extreme heat and an ageing global population could create new humanitarian challenges and drive migration across borders.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa 49-year-old man has appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrates Court in connection with the theft of a drug consignment from the Hawks premises on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. The Hawks say Lucas Lechabe was arrested on the 7th of this month. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
And coming up in your sports this hour, MTN 8 tickets go on sale. Bulls to focus on fitness and breakdown work ahead of URC season. And SA golfers eye 13th Continental Crown. I'll have more details on this and other sports stories at 3:30. Bulls to focus on fitness and breakdown work ahead of URC season. And SA golfers eye 13th Continental Crown. I'll have more details on this and other sports stories at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, it certainly is the National Pulse, and I wonder, as I put the challenge out to you today and every day, what is it for you that drives your pulse rate higher? What's the big issues in our country today? And I mean, it's an interesting thought. I had a chat with someone getting to studios just now to say, you know what? We often talk about the role of NGOs and just how important they are to the country. So perhaps give a shout out to, NGOs and their leaders, whoever they may be, that you think have played such a prominent role in the building of our nation outside of party politics, that if you remove all of them, you just wonder. Just imagine the vacuum it would leave. So give them a shout out. Let's hear who you think has played a huge role, an NGO or the leader of that NGO, whoever they may be. I would certainly like to know. Well, what about electricity? Because it literally is the power, isn't it? We'll talk about that because the Minister of Electricity has made some proposals regarding the framework and tariffs and all that sort of thing. Well, I'm sure you're going to have an opinion on that too. So we're going to talk about that later on. In fact, just now, we'll also get a report from the Public Protector regarding NSFAS that comes up later on. And there's huge drama around, what seems to be just mismanagement of a critical institution that should be there to effectively facilitate the opening of doors for students at campus level. And it's just not happening the way it ought to be. But first things first, let's put the light on electricity after this.
SAfm has just turned 90 years old this year.
My name is Angus McKenzie. I'm the Bonteheuwel Ward Council and Sub-Council Chair in the City of Cape Town.
SAfm has just turned 90 years old this year.
My name is Angus McKenzie. I'm the Bonteheuwel Ward Council and Sub-Council Chair in the City of Cape Town. I want to take this opportunity to wish you just an amazing 90th birthday. You have absolutely made radio real. You've come through generations.
Every wish reminds us why SAfm is more than just a radio station.
SAfm. You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid.
I have to inform honourable members.
Through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an Eskom.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, so let's get to the issue of electricity. Let me recap what's happened here. The Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Josiento Ramokgopa, and he's all energy himself if you meet him in person, by the way. Well, they held a media briefing today to outline South Africa's revised electricity pricing policy, something that ultimately does affect you. Now, as the country moves past the era of load shedding, and we hope it's permanent, the affordability of electricity has now once again hit the top of the agenda. So let's get some thoughts from energy expert Tsepo Khadima. We have not chatted in a while. Appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse. Tsepo, hi.
Greetings to you as well as to the listeners.
Yeah, thanks for engaging. We haven't chatted in a while, right? Let me start with.
And I hasten to add my congratulations on the 90th celebration of SAfm.
Absolutely, and I mean, it just shows you over the years with different names, different iterations, different people, different generations, and certainly different politics, how things have changed. But the impact that SAfm has made to the national landscape, I think, is immense. So much appreciate your happy birthday point made, right? So let's now talk about the Minister of Electricity and Energy. Minister Ramokgopa explains, first of all, here's some sound. He explains how the electricity pricing policy will affect the consumer's bill.
And also what is important about this electricity pricing policy is that it strengthens what we call social protections. So what the support we are providing to the poor, the indigent, the vulnerable, so we're able to articulate in the most comprehensive fashion what are this kind of support that we are providing to these vulnerable communities. I'll reflect on just we're able to articulate in the most comprehensive fashion what are this kind of support that we are providing to these broad areas that they underpin the electricity pricing policy. The first principle is that of ensuring that there's efficiency-based pricing. How are we going to achieve that? We are going to ensure that the municipal bill, the ESCOM bill that you receive, you could be industry, you could be a household, is in fact unbundled. When I say unbundled, so in that bill that you are receiving, it must be able to itemize how the municipality or ESCOM has arrived at that which they say you owe the municipality or you owe ESCOM. So by that I mean it's going to show what are the energy costs, what are the costs associated with converting, for an example, coal into electricity. So the cost associated, it must also show you what are the network charges. So electricity is generated, converting coal into electricity, and then it's transported to your house. So if it comes from the areas of Mpumalanga, for an example, it will go through the big transmission lines. It must show what is that cost of going through that transmission line. And it must show the cost of how it lands into your house using the distributed network. So these are the lines that you see in a township, in a suburb, that delivers electricity into your house. It must also show ancillary services, and it must also show what is the cost of municipal surcharge. As you know, municipalities will say, I've bought electricity for ESCOM for this much, and on account of the support and the services I provide to bring electricity into your house, there's an additional amount that you must pay that we call a municipal surcharge. So it must show what that municipal surcharge looks like.
Right, that is the minister. Let's get reaction then from Tsepo Khadima. So just your initial response on what the minister has said today.
It is abracadabra.
Tell me more.
And I couldn't help but think back to a company that started flying, an airline, started flying in 1972, and from 1973 to date, they have made
All right, we are having a connectivity problem with Tsepo Khadima. Let's see if we can reconnect with him, and I'll maybe just get Keys just to try and sort that out, right? Just while we're at it, my question to you is, when it comes to NGOs, NPOs working outside of government, providing very important social services. It could be a range of things, or even like, tuition for schooling, to social services support, to things like disaster relief and food and across the board. I mean, just how crucial a role do they play, and who are they? Think about them. Give them names, right? Tsepo Khadima, let's get back to abracadabra. You disappeared for a second. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying it is abracadabra what the minister is saying. It is gobbledygook. Ultimately, one has to benchmark against the successful case study in the aviation industry, Southwest Airlines. The recipe of their success was simplicity. You have to simplify the tariff. All of these things that, you need to know how much coal cost was to generate that electricity. You need to know what the transmission costs are. All of those things, ultimately, the consumer is interested in one thing and one thing only. Is the cost of electricity reasonable, and is it at such a level that I can be able to afford it and I can access it? And currently, electricity is inaccessible, notwithstanding that load shedding has come to an end. What the minister needed to have done, and I'm glad to hear that he says that these are just proposals, he is therefore willing to receive feedback. So feedback that he will get from analysts, subject matter experts such as myself, is to once again say, stick to the knitting. You have got, as a country, a constitutional obligation to provide electricity of the country, whether natural persons or Jews. That is a constitutional obligation. The courts have already provided that matter. And you have to do so again by the Constitution at the least cost. Now, the state of South Africa through Eskom, asset that has made Eskom the fourth largest utility in the world, the electricity globally. And Eskom to this day, capacity and the ability to be the lowest of electricity. Therefore, a standardized uniform 87 cents in today's terms.
We're losing.
And
I'm also. Yeah, Tsepo, we're just losing Tsepo again. Huge pity. I'd love to have heard what he had to say. Let's just see if Keith can still get him back on. Otherwise, we're going to have to probably talk to him some other time. But perhaps a thought to you. I mean, does he have a point in the few minutes that he just spoke that, in fact, it needs to be simplified, easy to understand, but ultimately it has to be cheaper. And the part that he spoke about it, that when we just lost him, I think is important, that the minister needs to stick to his needles and have a constitutional obligation to provide electricity to the people. In fact, let's do this. Let's get back to Tsepo right after this.
Cutting costs means more money for your business. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Marshall from Bow Electrical.
I was with my other insurance for many years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. It was a one quick call. They give me a great cover and a great price. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose. I wish I have switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
Right, the Road Traffic Infringement Authority is now implementing phase 2 of the administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act. So R2's Act, or the R2 Act, is now rolling out in 62 municipalities with 43 service outlets nationwide. And the message is we are here to help you resolve your infringements quickly and easily. So act now. Remember the elective options available for you under R2's Act. You get a 50% discount when you pay within 32 days after receiving the fine. And you can make a representation to dispute a traffic infringement, arrange to pay installments, nominate a new driver, apply for revocation of an enforcement order. Always remember to make use of the RTIA approved payment platforms in paying your traffic fines. Do not be scammed. For any auto related inquiries, you can call this number 0861 227 861 or visit the website online.arto.government.za.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Let's conclude the conversation with Tsepo Khadimash. You were saying, when we lost you, you were talking about the minister must understand that he has a constitutional obligation to provide electricity to the people. So in practice, that's not being met, is it? Tsepo, yeah?
Well, essentially, they need to forego the introduced measures which do away with the unconstitutional policy position of the so-called negotiated pricing agreements, because those favor certain multinational corporations at the expense of ordinary people. That is a bad policy, intervention. It needs to be really let go. The other is that one can only hope that the minister will take counsel advice from subject matter experts. The point that I consistently make, we need a standardized uniform tariff of electricity, and that tariff number is 87 cents. I challenge both at ESCOM, at NERSA, in cabinet, anywhere else, because ESCOM indeed has got the capacity to continue to be the lowest cost producer of electricity at an average cost of 32 cents a kilowatt hour, and therefore everything else that is added cost is bells and whistles that unfortunately are putting ordinary South Africans into hardship, and corporations or the economy in a state of arrested development.
Right, you're saying it's costing them 32 cents. You're suggesting that the standard price must be 87 cents.
Ordinary South Africans into hardship, and corporations or the economy in a state of arrested development.
Right, you're saying it's costing them 32 cents. You're suggesting that the standard price must be 87 cents. What's it, a kilowatt? Is that correct? And what is the current rate now?
A kilowatt or a unit, as ordinary people say at home, more than 5 rand a kilowatt hour.
All right. Now, if
and
we then
the
drop
NERSA approved tariff is well over 2 rand 48.
Okay, so you're saying 87 cents, for example. Where then do they make up the shortfall? Meaning that, like it or not, that institution, I'm talking about ESCOM, right? They've had to survive based on revenue streams that come in from all of us. So if they drop it by like over 4 rands, that's a massive shortcoming.
87 cents. At 87.
Yeah.
At 87 cents, they'll make 33% profit. Everything. I was interested to hear what the minister says. A curious phrase, cost-reflective tariff. That is a misnomer, because costs are within your control, and you have the power to decide what is cost and what is not cost. South Africa, one of the things it suffers from is transfer pricing by the multinationals who are exporting in the main or importing. And the issue of cost on electricity, as I said, the cost is 32 cents, but they conjure up all manner of bells and whistles to justify why the cost actually is much higher, including buying electricity that is totally redundant at more than 2 rand 48 cents a kilowatt hour. That is a blended pricing on wind and solar. That is unconstitutional, because the Constitution obligates a state and the state-owned companies to engage in procurement practices that ensure that there is cost savings. And therefore, ESCOM must be the first and the last supplier of electricity, of first and last resort, because to do so, it will enable us to be able to have a standardized uniform tariff, and therefore be able to start attracting high or energy intensive users, so that therefore we don't have a situation where ESCOM now sits with more than 7,000 megawatts of surplus power, and over and above that, households, those that are affluent, are continuing to leave the grid. So whether the minister introduces the policy or he doesn't, the migration, the exodus of
Okay. Now, I think we've just lost Sipho once again on that bad line. But I get that point. Those who have the money are leaving the grid. They're doing whatever they have to do in terms of solar energy. So there's less demand, in fact, on ESCOM. The question is, we probably need to speak to ESCOM at some stage soon, just understanding the budgets, about how the functioning of ESCOM actually works. Tsepo Khadima with us, energy expert. Appreciate your time. Right, let's get to some of your calls. We'll start with Ronaldo, of all people, after this.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Ronaldo, how often do people link you to two great footballers, Ronaldo, when you come on air?
Hi, Ashraf, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. You heard what I said. I mean, there's two great footballers,
I heard about,
Ronaldo.
The Brazilian football. Yeah. No, man, Ashraf, I used to work at ESCOM.
Yeah.
And when you get an idiot like this guy, he's not an electrical engineer.
Wait, sorry, which idiot are you referring to now?
The Minister of Electricity.
Okay, right.
Number one, he's a cadre deployment. That's how he's there. Number two, do you know who ESCOM supplies who buys the bulk of the electricity? Yourself, are you aware of that?
Well, you tell us. I mean, in the short time we have, just tell us what is it, and then make your point, yeah?
Okay, if you look at Hillside and Bayside in Richards Bay, they pay between 60 and 68 cents a kilowatt hour for power. They pay a very, very low rate compared to between you and power. They pay a very, very low rate compared to between you and me, the consumer. We pay like R1.68 and above a kilowatt hour meter. So the point I'm trying to make is, why is the corporates like the Hillside, Bayside, the smelter in Mozambique as well, paying so little, but the product that they export to the States, they're selling the aluminium in dollar exchange, not in rands. You understand?
And what's the answer? Why are they paying so little? Why are they being subsidized?
No, I don't understand this. This is a political issue here. Why should Hillside and Bayside pay so little? And NERSA...
The answer, why are they paying so little? Why are they being subsidized?
No, I don't understand this. This is a political issue here. Why should Hillside and Bayside pay so little? And NERSA is also on the side of this idiot as well. You understand me? How can NERSA see this happening and the poor public of the country is battling?
Okay.
We were the lowest producer of power in the world. We become the most expensive producer of power.
Okay, got that. Ronaldo, thank you for that. Well, there we are. It's a democracy, calling the minister an idiot. I mean, this is what happens. And we're going to get others who are going to concur and others who are going to argue against it. Let's, however, get a further comment on the issue of electricity and the prices we pay.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Busy from Pretoria. Well, I think I agree with I think it's Tsepo Khadima, if not mistaken, with regards to simplicity. I mean, with us, we're not interested in how much does it cost for ESCOM to generate electricity or whatever the surcharge is, because what difference does it make? To me, as a consumer, I mean, at the end of the day, I would just say I'm paying X amount of money. I mean, who cares about how much does it cost to bake a loaf of bread? You are more interested in the price. How much does it cost? That's what you're more interested in. I mean, that's me thinking. But the other abracadabra part of it, I just didn't. I don't want to talk about that. But that's me thinking. Busy from Pretoria. Have a lovely afternoon. Bye.
Thank you so much. But I mean, you see, the reality for most people, maybe they're not too worried about how they come up with the cost, but what they are concerned about is the bottom line. And if the bottom line to a consumer is too expensive, then that's a problem. And I can tell you now, the poorest of the poorest, those who struggle along, even the middle class, outside of the super rich, where 1 rand or 100 rand makes no difference. For people, that is why they're struggling to make ends meet. And then, as per the discussion, if it's constitutional that you must receive electricity and you don't pay, then they cut you off. Then what happens then to your rights? constitutionally. Think about that. 3:30. Here's the news headlines with Jolani Tulo Ngwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. More than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed by the Refugee Appeals Authority of South Africa. Over 90,000 cases from this backlog are inactive and have been abandoned. A 49-year-old man has appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrates Court in connection with the theft of a drug consignment from the Hawks premises on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. And the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, David Mania, says the recovery work in the Kruger National Park is progressing well after the devastating floods in January this year. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele. This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, you know we're full on the soccer season. There's big issues about tickets for the MTN8s, right?
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, tickets for the 2026 MTN8 semi-finals are now on sale. In the first leg, defending champions Orlando.
Right?
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, tickets for the 2026 MTN8 semi-finals are now on sale. In the first leg, defending champions will face Kukuni United at the Old Bidamagaba Stadium at 3 p.m., while Mamelodi Sundowns take on Golden Arrows at Lucas Moripe Stadium, and that is also kicking off at 3 p.m. The return legs are scheduled for next weekend, with Pirates hosting Kukuni at Orlando Amstel Arena on Saturday, and Golden Arrows welcoming Sundowns to Kingswell Tini Stadium on Sunday, and both second leg matches will kick off at 3 p.m. PSL is urging supporters to buy their tickets as early as possible. Meanwhile, South African winger Thapelo Maseko has completed a permanent transfer from Mamelodi Sundowns to FC Copenhagen, signing a 4-year deal. The 22-year-old joins the Danish champions as one of South Africa's brightest young talents. Maseko, proud of fulfilling his European dream, will wear the number 12 jersey as he begins his new chapter in Denmark. Elsewhere, FIFA have reportedly parted ways with Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore following criticism that he allegedly made over President Janine in Denmark. Elsewhere, FIFA have reportedly parted ways with Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore following criticism that he allegedly made over President Gianni Infantino's plans to sell stakes in the World Cup to investors. FIFA staff were informed of the development in an email from Secretary General Matthias Grafstrom, who said that the two parties had agreed to part ways. Now, Lamore's departure comes amid reported concerns over Infantino's plans for outside investors to acquire stakes linked to the World Cup. In terms of rugby, Bulls coach Johan Ackerman says that improving the team's conditioning will definitely be a major priority as they build towards the new United Rugby Championship season. Ackerman was assessing the lessons from the Bulls' 50-19 loss to the All Blacks at Loftus Versfeld this past Saturday, with the match providing valuable preparations against international opposition. Now, the Pretoria side will open their 2026-27 URC campaign away to Zebra Parma in Italy on the 26th of September, and before that, the Bulls are scheduled to face the Stormers in a pre-season fixture, and that is on the 11th of September in Paarl.
We know now that we obviously need to build on our fitness, but that also will come with a few games. And there isn't many before the URC kickoff. We only got one warm-up game, and that's against the Stormers on the 11th of September down in the Parel. And then we're back, and then there's, I think, 3 weeks before we play the Stormers, and then there's 1 week of fine-tuning, and then into the URC. We obviously fly over on the Tuesday before we play Zebra, and then it's Zebra and Munster. So we got a few weeks to get the guys ready. We'll take a lot out of this game and work on that, but also there's 1 or 2 things we want to add in the next couple of weeks. But the main priority will be our conditioning, to get our conditioning sorted.
In terms of cricket, Jeffrey Toyana has been appointed as the new head coach of Fidelity Titans women's team. The Titans say that Toyana was attracted by the quality of the playing group and the organization's commitment to taking women's cricket to another level. In terms of tennis, Serena and Venus Williams lost a thriller at the Cincinnati Open in their first doubles match together for 4 years. The American pair were beaten 6-2, 1-6, 10-8 by Marta Kostek and Peyton Stearns in front of a packed crowd. The sisters last played together at the 2022 US Open, which was Serena's final tournament before she evolved away from tennis. Finally, in golf, South Africa will chase a record-extending 13th All-Africa Teams Championship title when the biennial event tees off in Tunisia, and that is from the 13th to the 18th of October. Golf RSA has named a strong four-man squad. Ivan Vester, CJ van Wyk, Jad Sanderson and debutant Jonathan Wilson-Noch, guided by the SA Golf Association President Piet van Skalkwyk. Vester anchors the team with international experience, while van Wyk leads the Golf RSA rankings, and Sanderson arrives as reigning SA amateur champion, while Wilson-Noch earns his first cap after a breakthrough season. South Africa, who are winners in Zimbabwe back in 2024, are now aiming to uphold their proud legacy and just also secure another continental win. Well, that's it. It is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Thanks for that, Chumi. I mean, there's huge issues about football transfers, both in South Africa and, from South Africans around the world. And it's a big issue in terms of which is the single biggest transfer of this transfer window in South Africa.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Every victory begins with a dream.
No stopping Tennessee for Dambele.
Every medal tells a story. Every champion earns their place in history. South Africa qualify for the knockout rounds for the first time in their history. On Sunday, 23 August 2026, South Africa comes together to celebrate the men and women whose passion, determination, and excellence have inspired a nation.
Here she goes, will it be a world record?
Join us for the 19th South African Sport Awards, proudly presented by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in partnership with SASCOG and the SABC. This year's theme, Crowned by Greatness, honors those who have reached the pinnacle of sporting excellence and those whose commitment continues to shape the future of South African sport.
Simbine doing well.
Don't miss the 19th South African Sport Awards, live on SABC 1 from 7:30 p.m. on Sunday. Don't miss the 19th South African Sport Awards, live on SABC 1 from 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, 23 August 2026. Live from Sun City Super Bowl. Mzansi, join us as we celebrate #Izinjaze Game. South African Sport Awards, crowned by greatness.
For the love of the game.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
So, by the way, Zambia, not Zimbabwe, Zambia has a new president, well, an old president who's...
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
So, by the way, Zambia, not Zimbabwe, Zambia has a new president, well, an old president who's going to stick around for 5 more years. That's President Hakainde Hichilema. Now, we're going to talk to Tembisa Fakuli about him and what that means for Zambia and for South Africa around 20 past 5. Do not miss that. I want to get your calls first. More on electricity. Mohammed in Peter Marisburg, go for it. What's your point?
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon.
I think that the problem with this cost-reflective tariffs is that we need to interrogate every single cost on that Eskom is claiming. And what you'll find is that over the years, with cable deployment, the cost of coal, the cost of staff, the cost of sundries, what we know about, what comes out in the news is a fraction of the wasteful expenditure, the duplicated expenditure that Eskom is incurring. And the problem of the wasteful expenditure, the duplicated expenditure that Eskom is incurring. And the problem is, so it started with cable deployment. And then the safeguard that was put into place, NERSA that was put in place to evaluate all these things, they are incompetent themselves. Therefore, they are not able to interrogate every cost item, every line item that Eskom is claiming. So that's why you find when at the beginning of this year, when the court found that I think that 60 billion recovery, it was just a figure pulled out of the hat. So the problem starts with cable deployment, and the problem ends with cable deployment. Also, what you'll find is that a large cost, I would suspect, is the debt cost, the one that was incurred for Kusile and Madupi, the one that was stolen by contractors. Why are they recovering that from? Large cost, I would suspect, is the debt cost, the one that was incurred for Kusile and Madupi, the one that was stolen by contractors. Why are they recovering that from us as consumers? That should not be recovered from us as consumers. That should not be recovered from us as consumers. That must be recovered from the political elite. You know that Hitachi House, the ANC, that must be recovered from them, not from us.
Okay, I hear your wishful thinking. It may be more complicated than that, Mohammed. Thanks for putting that on the agenda. Let's get some of your thoughts. In fact, lots of people are commenting about, the point about being about the caller referring to the minister as an idiot. And of course, he has an engineering background, the minister. But the point I was making, the point about being about the caller referring to the minister as an idiot. And of course, he has an engineering background, the minister. But the point I was making is like, okay, here you are. It's a democracy. You can say what you feel. Doesn't mean actually so and so is an idiot, but it certainly is one person's perspective. And for others, I can tell you now, he's just full of energy. He really is. In fact, here's a comment related to that, by the way.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, I just want to challenge the last caller who said that the minister is not an electrical engineer. The last caller who said that the minister is not an electrical engineer. It is a lie. Don't mislead people. You don't need to be an electrical engineer to be a power station manager or to understand the generation of power. There is where there's different components. You get mechanical engineers, you get chemical engineers, you get electrical engineers on power stations because there's different components. So you don't need an electrical engineer. It's a lie. It's misleading. Thank you, Rudolph Witbank, Mpumalanga.
Thank you for that, Rudolph. Look, one of the things I've said so before, lots of people come in and they comment and they make sweeping statements.
So you don't need an electrical engineer. It's a lie. It's misleading. Thank you, Rudolph Witbank, Mpumalanga.
Thank you for that, Rudolph. Look, one of the things I've said so before, lots of people come in and they comment and they make sweeping statements, and I hear what you're saying, and you're right. But let's assume even if he was not, and he does have an engineering background, let's assume he was not. His role as a minister, are we saying, I'm just trying to think of Naledi Pandor, for example. She, at different times, has been the minister of science and technology. She's been in home affairs. She's been the minister of education. Does that mean she's an expert in all? I think the role of minister, in fact, is very much an overseer. You have the DG who actually runs that department. In fact, is very much an overseer. You have the DG who actually runs that department. Or am I seeing it differently? Right. Let's do this. Let's talk about the elections and how do we observe it right after this.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, so while we're talking about, who's doing what in the build-up to the election, there is a need for people to keep an eye on the elections to ensure that democracy is in fact defended, right? So the Institute Defend Our Democracy are launching their fund as an observer initiative, and the initiative that gives the public an opportunity to participate by funding an observer. Basically what they're saying is they need observers to play an important role to uphold democracy, but that comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of they want to train 5,000 of them. So let's find out exactly what does it mean in terms of costs and how they're going to raise the money. With me is Wade Manning, the Executive Director of Defend Our Democracy. Wade, you're engaging us on the National Pulse. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. Right. So let's get it right first in terms of the why. Why the need from Defend Our Democracy to do some monitoring where you may, sometimes you get foreign observers, you get the IEC doing their role, others play a part. Where do you fit in?
So thanks for that question. It's quite important to realize that distinction. Ashraf, of course, our goal here is really we've realized the gap, and there's a gap in trust, I think, at a society level. If we look at some of the HSRC's numbers coming out in terms of satisfaction with democracy, they stating that from 2004, a drop from 63% to just 17% recorded last year among South Africans. So that's about the 2-decade slide in terms of the acceleration of how people are feeling. And of course, with it being local government elections coming up, that's obviously where you're feeling government's effect most clearly as a citizen. Acceleration of how people are feeling. And of course, with it being local government elections coming up, that's obviously where you're feeling government's effect most clearly as a citizen. So that's why the need and the call for the participation at this local government level, for community participation right where it can be felt, which is at the local government level, hence us calling for observers.
All right, and I see the number you've put on is 5,000 observers. How do you get to the 5,000? Like, how do you break that down?
So essentially what we're doing is to use our base of affiliate networks across the country and also engaging with other civic society organizations, other faith-based institutions, other women's, youth groups, sports clubs, etc., whoever is eligible in terms of being able to vote, which means you're 18 and above, and also that you are registered to vote, of course. You are then eligible to become a part of the Election Watch campaign this year. And so what we've done is through our constituencies across the country and through new connections, new partnerships with other organizations, we are encouraging citizens to come out and participate for that one Sunday in your November, registered to be an observer from the opening of the voting station until we close once counting has concluded.
Okay, so that's the numbers, but it does need funding, and you don't have the money yourself.
So yes, we've got some money, of course, but 5,000 is an ambitious target. And so we are asking citizens, companies, other brands out there who care about civic participation in this regard to come out and support an observer for one day. So what we're asking is donate between 100 Rand and 350 Rand. 100 Rand gets a data voucher for the full day for an observer to be connected to the observation app, which they will use throughout the day. 250 Rand gets them data plus some sustenance for the day. Of course, it's quite a long day, so you want to keep energy levels up. And then a max amount of 350 Rand data, some sustenance, and ensuring that they are also there until the evening. This sometimes ends at the wee hours of the morning once counting has concluded. So it is quite a long day, Ashraf. And so our campaign is live at the moment on Backer Buddy. And we're asking all citizens to please go and donate whatever it is they can towards this observation work.
What is your target? I mean, how much would you like? How much would you need?
So essentially, a total target of 1.7 million is what we're trying to raise, and that doesn't just cover observers for the day. That goes above and beyond to look at the training that's going to happen between September and October in preparation for this. You know, we obviously don't send our observers out there just green off the bat. We've got to ensure that they're trained, that they're accredited with the IEC, and so it covers that whole sort of preparation phase, as well as the innovation from a technology perspective, to be able to have observers connected and a real-time war room available where we are getting updates throughout the day about what observers are seeing on the ground. And of course then to submit, and this is a big one for us this time around, submitting a coalition election watch report to the IEC to say that 5,000 observers have observed across the country, and together with other civil society organizations, that number grows. And what that means is that the electoral integrity around this year's local government elections, of course, grows to a much greater perspective. It's hard for somebody to acknowledge one person, but a couple of thousand, a couple of 100,000 are a lot harder to ignore.
Just lastly, what is your role in the last election?
So in the last elections, we did host our first edition of the Election Watch campaign. We managed to get just over 1,200 observers in voting stations across the country. And that was, of course, for the national elections. And so, this time around, we've more than doubled our target because the local government elections are a lot more important, as I say, a lot more unique to the lived experience of South Africans on the ground at the community level, and a lot more opportunity, of course, to get involvement, but also education about how local government works and the impact thereof in citizens' lives.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Appreciate your time. Best wishes, Wade Manning, defend our democracy. And bottom line, the key is back a buddy. So, Wayne, by the way, you can certainly tag SAfmRadio and myself, Ashraf Garda. I'd gladly share that on my social media platforms as well, if you do just that. I mean, that's the point of the National Pulse. And my point earlier, can you imagine just how many institutions, organizations outside of government or parliament play a huge role in uplifting society one way or the other?
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. SAfm.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. A small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances. One of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain. Drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, by the way, your reaction regarding electricity. I mean, there's been like power reactions there. There has been. So your reaction on that, welcome. Your reaction to defend our democracy and their call. They want to train 5,000 observers, but it costs money. And therefore, the backer buddy target is what they need. They need the money to do the work that they do. Your thoughts on that? Zambia. I said it again, Zimbabwe. Zambia has a new, existing leader who's been re-elected, Hakainde Hichilema. Just what that means for Zambia, what it means for South Africa. You may want to give your comments. We had some Zambians calling yesterday, very praiseworthy of the incumbent in terms of the role he's played compared to other analysts who've been very critical. So you may want to talk about that too. Let's, however, then talk about another issue, which is an ongoing, the rise of artificial intelligence. I definitely use AI, by the way, and I think increasingly so, we're going to use it more and more, but it comes at a price, and there are specific threats around, I think increasingly so, we're going to use it more and more, but it comes at a price, and there are specific threats around online with regard to children. So with me is Lerato Ngwampe, who's a legal practitioner specializing in social media law. Lerato, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Right. So, I mean, I understand, you've got, there's a number that talks about close to 100,000 what is called cyber tip line reports linked to suspected online child sexual exploitation. And that's really the basis of why we're talking to you. Tell me about that first.
So basically what's happened is that there has been these almost 100,000 reports where parents and children themselves are actually reporting to the cyber tip line, and they're basically reporting things related to deep fakes, AI-generated abuse, digital sextortion, fake profiles, and online threats that are genuinely affecting our children as well as adults. Are genuinely affecting our children as well as adults.
All right. So you have some specific thoughts around the growing online threats faced by children. I mean, it's not like something we've never discussed before, but let's talk about it. What do you see? And clearly the key word here is growing online threats. It's been getting more and more. Tell me about it.
Absolutely. I think the syndicate...
Children. I mean, it's not like something we've never discussed before, but let's talk about it. What do you see? And clearly the key word here is growing online threats. It's been getting more and more. Tell me about it.
Absolutely. I think the syndicates around child sexual abuse material and exploitation have been growing a lot, particularly on social media platforms as well as gaming. We've been seeing quite an increase, particularly in gaming platforms and social media platforms, particularly when we look at girls, and gaming when we look at boys, where we have these predators who, pretend to be playing with the children, but, end up asking them for child sexual abuse material, asking them to share other children's child sexual abuse material. With also the rise of AI and deep fakes, we've been seeing in schools, particularly I've experienced, quite a few schools reporting deep fakes and child sexual abuse material among, the children themselves, and sometimes the children actually depicting their teachers and their principals in these deep fakes in very sexual ways, because they have these apps that are actually able to help them sort of create these deep fakes and the unethical and irresponsible use of AI.
So if we turn it around, then, I mean, you're getting these fraudsters, exploiters across the board, as we see it in different sectors of society. What then would be your advice then to parents and their children? I mean, what's the control mechanism that you would like to recommend?
Yeah, I think it's quite important that we actually do teach our children to be more digitally resilient. I think an important thing is teaching digital literacy and media literacy. So helping kids be able to, spot misinformation, disinformation, empowering them, to actually exercise their bodies. I always, teach people that it's so important that you actually call the body parts of your children what they are, their biological name, instead of giving them, pretty words like a cookie or, a Nuna, whatever. But give them the specific words, because then they're less likely to be sexually exploited and assaulted, because then they actually know that this is my body, I'm in control of it. Teach them, to be able to communicate when they find themselves in online spaces and they feel uncomfortable, so they need to be able to speak to you as a trusted adult without you overreacting. Ensure, obviously, that there are parental controls in place. Make sure that your kids are actually, exposed to appropriate content. I always say that, children know more than us. So it's important that when you are setting up a social media platform, you actually need to know as a parent how to do it, instead of your child learning from someone at school and then them actually being able to download the platforms themselves. I also think it's quite important, that schools as well, invest in digital literacy, AI tools that actually are empowering children, and ensure that kids actually know, some of the things that are illegal, because when I speak to most kids in schools, they're very shocked at some of the revelations that I share with them in terms of what's illegal online, what's not illegal, the fact that there's a digital footprint, and some of the content that they post online, can be there forever. But I think with children, it is also important that, kids need to know how to report. They need to know how to block, some of this content and some of these people who reach out to them to ask them, to share this child sexual abuse material. And I think another important thing is that you need to let them know that they're not. It's not their fault, and that they can actually come to you, and then that this content can actually be removed. There are many bodies like the Film and Publication Board, Justice, the Minister of Justice and not correctional services, but justice. They are able to remove child sexual material from online spaces, with the assistance of, some of the internet service providers.
And before I let you go,
that they know that.
Before I let you go, what is the level of awareness at the moment? I'm talking for the whole country, not just one or two, people or families that just may know more. What's the level of awareness around from families and their children around the issues of potential, as you mentioned, whether it's sexual abuse or online sexual exploitation? What can you tell us as a percentage?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people who actually know, what's happening, and unless you have kids, who are, of an age where they have cell phones, I think then you can sort of gauge. But I think, working in this space, we realize every day that not a lot of people actually know, some of the dangers that come with being online, and not a lot of people actually know some of the tools that are available to actually assist them if they find themselves in situations online, whether it's cyberbullying, whether it's child sexual abuse material, whether it's revenge pornography. So we certainly need to do more as a country. And I always say that it's so important that we go back to the basics of shows like Soul City, of shows like Yizo Yizo, that are actually able to actually educate people and parents and especially the elderly in how, some of these things can actually also affect them, if you look at scams particularly. So I think there needs to be more awareness, and back to the basics, using radio, using shows like Soul City, SABC Education, they need to be on board so that more and more people are actually empowered, with their tools.
Let's leave it at that. Lerato Nwape, thanks for your time. There we are. Just a signpost about being very vigilant regarding the online threat faced by children, your children, and how do you cope with that? 4 o'clock, it's time for the news. Here's Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories this hour. Over 150,000 asylum applications remain outstanding, and KZN draft drugs theft case postponed. Good afternoon. More than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed by the Refugee Appeals Authority of South Africa. Over 90,000 cases from this backlog are inactive and have been abandoned. This is according to the authority's report that it tabled before the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs today. The report indicates that nationals from Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Bangladesh are in the top 3 of active and inactive cases of appeals. The authority's advocate Zifla Rapeshu elaborates on the risks associated with abandoned files.
Some of these files have been abandoned for 10 years. We cannot say we will risk this person being exposed or being refouled if a person has abandoned their appeal for more than 10 years. So we are looking at administratively closing these files that has been dormant for an excessive period of time.
The Brakpan Magistrates Court has heard how the state
appeal for more than 10 years. So we are looking at administratively closing these files that has been dormant for an excessive period of time.
The Brakpan Magistrates Court has heard how the status of most murder cases in which suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is implicated are still under investigation. Mkhwanazi and 5 others are applying for bail in court in the east of Johannesburg. They face charges of murder and defeating the ends of justice relating to the 2026 killing of Emmanuel Mbenze. Any investigation by local law enforcement. However, a member of the National Prosecuting Authority who can't be identified applied for the matter to be reopened after some facts were not clear.
According to his statement, upon his arrival, Julius Mkhwanazi was briefed by Pretorius that Chief is that time again. Julius then instructed that the deceased body be removed and disposed of immediately by dumping it into the spa. Jaco Hanekom was later shot and killed on the 17th of March 2023. In respect of the witness, Sergeant Khoza, that he lived in Tsakane next to a known drug den. On the night of his death, he had reportedly heard cries of help emanating from this neighbor, and on going to investigate, was shot and killed.
A 49-year-old man has appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrates Court in connection with the theft of a drug consignment from the Hawks premises on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. The Hawks says Lucas Legabe was arrested on the 7th of this month. He initially made a court appearance in Germiston a week ago while on the South Coast. The Hawks says Lucas Legabe was arrested on the 7th of this month. He initially made a court appearance in Germiston a week ago while being transferred to KwaZulu-Natal. Legabe's arrest follows an intensive investigation by members of Pretoria Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit. Hawk spokesperson Katleho Mohale.
A 49-year-old appeared in the Port Shepstone Magistrate Court following his arrest on the 7th of August after an intensive investigation by the members of the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Team, and he appeared investigation by the members of the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Team, and he appeared on the 11th in transit so that he is able to appear today in court. He had been in custody since then, and he will be appearing on the 8th and the 9th of September for formal bail application.
The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, David Mania, says the recovery work in the Kruger National Park is progressing well. After the devastating floods in January this year, the Minister has been visiting the park recently for briefings on the 950 million rand repair project. Heavy rains damaged the park's roads, accommodation facilities and water infrastructure. During today's visit to the park, Mania says the focus is not only on the repairs, but on building resilient facilities.
Great progress is being
facilities and water infrastructure. During today's visit to the park, Mania says the focus is not only on the repairs, but on building resilient facilities.
Great progress is being made on infrastructure repairs at the Kruger National Park following severe floods earlier this year. The total cost of the damage is estimated to reach 950 million rand, and the park's management team and contractors have been hard at work to reopen facilities as soon as possible. The recovery work being undertaken is not just repairing the damage, but also building more modern and resilient facilities for the future.
A court in Syria has sentenced a cousin of the deposed President Bashar al-Assad to death after it convicted him of crimes including premeditated murder during the country's civil war. Wasim al-Assad was captured in June. Last week, the former president and his brother were given a death sentence in absentia for crimes against humanity. The BBC's Hugo Bashega has the details.
The recent verdicts have been celebrated by many Syrians who say they were frustrated with the lack of accountability for crimes committed by the Assad regime during the civil war. The authorities who headed the effort that ousted Bashar al-Assad nearly 2 years ago are framing this as a sign that they are prioritizing transitional justice, a key demand of victims and their relatives. But activists say the trials have been rushed. Wasim al-Assad is in custody in Syria, unlike his cousin Bashar, who fled to Russia with his family and is unlikely to ever face justice.
Recapping the top story this hour, more than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed by the Refugee Appeals Authority of South Africa. This is according to the authority's report that it tabled before the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs today. For SAFM News, I'm Jonani Tulo Wepe.
And in sports this hour, Rassie to name 2 fly halves in Springbok squad, Premier League to publish verdict on referee and VAR decisions, and Hamilton eyes Ferrari title push. I'll have more on this and other sports stories at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Pretoria with a crash on the N4. It is the Emelafeni Highway going eastbound just by Simon Vermoot. There's quite a backlog into that scene. If you're trying to get through to sort of Solomon, Mishlangu and off-ramp into Mamelodi. Joburg side, there's a breakdown. There's roadworks on the N1 North up by Marlborough Drive. Very heavy getting from Houghton Estate up through Melrose and up through that Sandton area today. Coming south out of Pretoria, breakdown. It's N1 by the Bruckfontein Road. So from Bruckfontein interchange, heading through towards Old Joburg Road exit. That's slow as well. A lot of action around Durban. A big crash on the Komashu Highway coming from Duffs Road at the N2 highway. That's heavy. There's big traffic on the N2 with a breakdown going south before Spaghetti Junction. That's a queue back through Umgena Road. And the M19 out through Reservoir Hills. If you're trying to get to Pinetown, New Germany, that's very slow today. Just queuing up through that Mountbatten exit on your way towards sort of Dunkeld Road, if you like. And then Cape Town, breakdowns on the N1 outbound at Plattercliff Hill. That's slow as you bunch up towards Belleville, and the breakdown on the N1 inbound at Sable Road, causing a delay passing Canal Walk for those heading in towards central Cape Town. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM 104.6 FM in Tshwane.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So still wanting to get your thoughts on what a conversation we had around, cyber exploitation of young children, sexploitation in this case here, just thoughts you may want to pick up on with Zambia and now the re-election of their leader. What do you make of that? With Zambia and now the re-election of their leader. What do you make of that? Interesting. You heard on the news. What is that? 160,000 applicants for refugee status not yet documented. That is at the heart of some of the problems. We need to find out more about it. Get Kizo and Tabi saying just to dig up that information because it's so fascinating, but it's so troublesome, and I'm not too sure what the details are. So I'll be guessing for now. That means when did they apply? How long has it taken? Why is it that still so many of them have not been processed, whether it's a yes or a no? Just something for you to consider. The other thing for you to consider is something I got touched on. When we chatted to taken, why is it that still so many of them have not been processed, whether it's a yes or a no? Just something for you to consider. The other thing for you to consider is something I got touched on. When we chatted to Jacinta Ngobese Zuma the other day, she was very clear they're going to learn from AfriForum. Well, they are wanting to learn from AfriForum. It's very clear about that, to say we must do what they've done, for their people. And I'm paraphrasing, we need to learn. What do you make of that? So ordinarily, if you're going to learn from anybody who's doing a good job, even if you sometimes don't like them, well, there's lessons to learn, right? Now, in this case, does it make sense for them to, and I'm asking the question, to learn from AfriForum? Some may say absolutely. In fact, that's why they're setting up this whole legal institute, and they will fight cases as AfriForum has done on the one hand, but on the other, which is that AfriForum in its narrow agenda is for, Afrikaans-speaking people. That it's not exclusively so, but that's clearly their narrow agenda in terms of the people that they are. That's their constituency. The third part of that is that's the same group that's agitated abroad to effectively call for huge pressure on South Africa and its treatment of Afrikaners. So what do you make of that in terms of, would you seek advice from AfriForum if it benefits your people, for example, even though you may think that in other ways the same AfriForum may be harming your people and your country? I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Let's talk about the Victims' Charter after this.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum, the radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Every message tells a story.
On behalf of the millions of workers we represent, I extend our warmest congratulations to SAfm on your 90th anniversary. For 9 decades, SAfm has been a trusted voice in informing, in educating, and connecting South Africans. You have created an important platform for public dialogue and ensured that the voices of workers and communities are heard. My name is Zini Swalosi. I'm the president of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, COSATU.
Every wish reminds us why SAfm is more than just a radio station.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so I mean, here's a question to you. You wouldn't pay wahoo steak prices for Boerewors role, right? So why overpay to insure an older car? OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. Here's an example. 43-year-old Kiniso pays only 510 Rand a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover for up to 1 million Rand. So get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rands. SMS car to 43185, car 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Let's certainly talk about this, and it's something we sometimes tend to just ignore. There's an issue now of the development of the Victims Charter. South Africa's Victims Charter is designed to ensure that people who suffer crime are treated with dignity, given information and support and protected throughout their criminal justice process. But for many people, it's like, okay, yes, we have that. Treated with dignity, given information and support and protected throughout their criminal justice process. But for many people, it's like, okay, yes, we have that. What does that mean in practical terms? And then why then do we find that so many victims across the board still struggle across the board? Let's understand where we are with Eunice Potter, who's legal administration officer at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Eunice, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Good day and good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you so much. Right, so first of all, I mean, tell me about this Victims Charter, and where is it now, and in terms of how does it actually help those who are victims of crime?
Okay, the Victims Charter called the Charter for Victims of Crime. It's an official framework that was developed specifically to promote and protect the rights of the victims of crime within the criminal justice system. So now when we talk about this charter, it was adopted by our country following the UN Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse in 1985. This is where the Victims Charter is rooted from. Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse in 1985. This is where the Victims Charter is rooted from. So when we talk about it, we are saying the Charter is there to make sure that victims of crime get support, also to make sure that we eliminate secondary victimization, in the criminal justice processes. It is there to ensure that the victims remain central to the justice criminal processes, and to make sure that we clarify the services that needs to be provided for them. And also that whenever the victims come into contact with the criminal justice system, there are expectations that are there in terms of their protection, and to make sure that there is recall when the standards are not met in terms of the services.
Okay, now in practical, so we have this Victims of Crime charter, right? In practical terms, to what degree is it effective?
It is effective in the sense that when victims access the courts, they have the right. The 7 rights that are instilled there in terms of the charter. The victims have the right to be treated with fairness and with respect in terms of their dignity and privacy. And they have the right to be offered information. The victims have the right to receive information as well as to be protected, to be assisted, and also to be compensated. So all these holistic rights are there in practical terms to say victims of crime have their rights which are guaranteed in terms of this charter.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm asking, I understand the rights. What I am asking is, how then do we hear thousands of stories over the years that in fact victims are helpless? There's just so many examples. In many ways, you think of even whistleblowers as victims. They completely helpless and their life changed, and they don't necessarily get the support that they deserve, notwithstanding the actual charter and the high ground the charter takes in supporting them.
I think maybe that stems from the public awareness in terms of this right, because now the awareness needs to speak to the broader community in order to be able to respond to the victim's cry. Now then, if the victim's charter is there, the community needs to be empowered in terms of boosting the trust to report cases, in terms of also mobilizing for community support. Where there is a lower reporting of cases, the awareness of the victim's charter will then boost the community in terms of trust into the justice system, where they will be able now to report their cases more in numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, I hear you, and I'm not saying you have the answers, but I mean, aren't we not in a case that no matter what these plans are, that the reality on the ground is just so totally different? There's a sense of helpless. Some may even say that, when does one become a victim? I mean, maybe you can answer, when does one become a victim? Because I'll tell you why. If you're living in a society where there's gang warfare and there's helplessness, in fact, even not being able to walk in the streets alone already ensures that you already are a victim.
Correct.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, the reality on the ground is so different from the honorable ideals of the Victims' Charter.
It might be different depending on the type of matters that you'll be handling. Different depending on the type of matters that you'll be handling. From the point of my explanation in terms of the victims, because this is what I'm dealing with on a daily basis. We are speaking about the protection of the vulnerable people, which we are saying they need to be helped so much in order to access justice into the court processes. We're speaking about so much in order to access justice into the court processes. We're speaking about children, we're speaking about elderly people, we're speaking about disabled people as well as women.
Okay. Any final thought you may wish to add very quickly?
What I was going to say is people need to know that the Charter for victims of crime is there to assist them and be able to know that they have issues or cases that they need to report. We have the Department of Correctional Services, the SAPS, the Office of the Social Development, also the public health that can able to assist them in terms of taking the complaints further. And I'm also going to the social development, also the public health that can able to assist them in terms of taking the complaints further. And I'm also going to say people need to be informed of the victims' charter, because awareness raising platforms are there, and people are not taking them seriously, because this is where we want to share information in terms of helping and building our society. Whenever there are awareness programs designed, people must come in numbers to get the information in order that we should build each other and promote a safe environment for the victims.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time, Eunice Porto, Legal Administration Officer at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. At the heart of that conversation is what is called South Africa's Victims Charter. How much do you know about that? Porto, Legal Administration Officer at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. At the heart of that conversation is what is called South Africa's Victims Charter. How much do you know about that? How much relief has the Victims Charter brought to you when in need?
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, I'll get your reaction. In fact, people are reacting
informed and ahead of the curve.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, I'll get your reaction. In fact, people are reacting around the issue of March and Afri Forum and that, let's call it a collaboration. If at the very base level, it's simply just giving advice, or if not, just being exposed to what they do and learning from them. I mean, is that a good thing? You'd want to learn from others, wouldn't you? Especially those that do what they do well. But is the converse also that the same grouping and how effective they others, wouldn't you? Especially those that do what they do well. But is the converse also that the same grouping and how effective they've been in South Africa, they've been also in a position where they've actually lobbied USA and the US government around our government and our people. And how does that fit in that when you learn from them? I mean, just like to get your thoughts on that too, right? Okay, let's talk about this. More than 2,000 mothers in the Western Cape have now enrolled in the Khulisa Care Pilot, which is testing whether better nutrition and community healthcare support can give babies a stronger start in life. Let's find out more about it with Mirelle Wenger, who's the MEC for the Department of Health and Wellness in the Western Cape. We've chatted before. Good to connect with you once again on the National Pulse.
Thanks, Ashraf. Nice to chat again.
Thank you. Right. Let's talk about this. I mean, first of all, maybe let's start with the reality. When we're talking about, children who are devoid of nutrition and therefore issues of stunting and how it affects them is one thing. Give us give us a sense of the reality first. What are the numbers? How many people affected?
Right. So we did a stunting baseline survey a few years ago, and through that we found that about 17.5% of children under 5 in our province are stunted, and if we look at children under 2. It's nearly 1 in 5. And if we look at children under 2, it's nearly 1 in 5. So, stunting is a huge problem which can affect cognitive development, can affect education outcomes. Stunting is a huge problem which can affect cognitive development, can affect education outcomes, as well as long-term health. And it's, I think, one of South Africa's most urgent but sometimes invisible crises.
All right. What's then the plan? I mean, let's talk about, what is being done specifically around this Khulisa Care pilot project.
Right, so the idea behind Khulisa Care, Khulisa means to grow in isiXhosa, is to test a cash and care model, and also to embed it within an existing public health system to help support nutritionally vulnerable moms and babies during one of the most vulnerable times in their life. So it's a pilot to see if this type of intervention can function in real world conditions. That means inside busy clinics and within the realities of South Africa's public health system. What it does is it combines monthly food vouchers, worker support for vulnerable pregnant moms who've been identified as being at risk of delivering a low birth weight baby, as well as moms whose babies have been born and who are a low birth weight. Because we find that children born with a low birth weight are nearly 3 times more likely to become stunted. And the reason why we have this targeted pilot and intervention.
Okay. I suppose it's true. I mean, already the effect of stunting and sort of negative growth must have a huge impact on the lives of these children. I mean, anecdotally, what can you tell us?
Well, of course. I mean, it can have a permanent effect on cognitive development. Children who are stunted have more difficult time at school. They tend to drop out of school early. Of course, I mean, it can have a permanent effect on cognitive development. Children who are stunted have more difficult time at school. They tend to drop out of school early. Unfortunately, their access to the economy is often poor, and ultimately what it means is that children who are stunted end up becoming or end up in a cycle of poverty that is perpetuated, often becoming or end up in a cycle of poverty that is perpetuated, often ending up having children of their own who are stunted as well because of that cycle of poverty. And that's absolutely something we have to stop and do everything we can to prevent, because a child's circumstances at birth should never determine their chance at a home. And that's absolutely something we have to stop and do everything we can to prevent, because a child's circumstances at birth should never determine their chance at a healthy future.
So, I mean, this is, the pilot project. What happens next?
Right. So the pilot, first of all, the food voucher is specifically for protein-rich, nutritious foods, plus the community healthcare work. So we're testing it until the moms whose babies on the program have reached 6 months old. We've had a huge cohort. We've now reached the 2,000 moms mark, which we're very proud of. And now the program will continue until all the babies of those moms have reached 6 months old. All along, we have a research consortium that is doing monitoring and evaluation of various different metrics to see if this type of intervention works. If it works, we would like to then we will then have sufficient evidence to see how this type of project could be scaled more widely to more moms across the province.
Okay. That will be my next question. Let's see how it can be rolled out. Let's see how that plays out then in the end. Thank you for your time. Much appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse MEC. Well, there we are. You may want to comment about that again. The issue of malnutrition and being malnourished. And, I can say sometimes we know. In fact, we don't know. We don't know if we don't know. But there's clearly people listening in on the show. You could be one of them. You would know firsthand the impact of being, malnourished and suffering from being, from malnutrition. In on the show. You could be one of them. You would know firsthand the impact of being, malnourished and suffering from being, from malnutrition, the impact that it has, it could be you, your family, extended families, in a way that others who may, live in big cities, suburbs, may have no idea. They may just say, extended families in a way that others who may, I don't know, live in big cities, suburbs, may have no idea. They may just say, we understand, but they don't really understand. So perhaps you can talk about it, because one of the features that we must highlight is the issue of inequality and the impact of poverty and inequality, that it has on families, on people and communities versus those that don't. And it's a perpetual race that you run, that you find yourself losing that race. It's really sad. So perhaps teach me something so that I don't prescribe to you. If you know much more about the impact it's had, you certainly can let me know. Let's get to some of your thoughts. By the way, talking about that, we'll chat to the Public Protector's Office after. Certainly can let me know. Let's get to some of your thoughts. By the way, talking about that, we'll chat to the Public Protector's Office after 5, because they've now found NSFAS as well as universities guilty of systemic maladministration. There's a whole range of recommendations made. It's not good hearing, but there we are, right? Let's get back to some of the thoughts we've picked up today.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, when it comes to Madanga Commission, I think as a country, we somehow have lost focus, because yes, people who committed crime must be arrested, but we should also be looking out at the loopholes that are there within our systems and our institutions in order to make sure that after this whole storm, we're able to rebuild those institutions and make sure that those systems and institutions are working in such a way that these kind of occurrences do not happen again. And I'm afraid that our conversation has always been who's right or who's wrong, who should go to prison, who should be president, who should not, and we're not looking at rebuilding these institutions. Thank you. This is Paul from Free.
Got that. There's more to come from you. Lots more comment about Minister Ramokgopa in terms of just how qualified he may be, and some of the criticism and some of the blind comments. And I say blind comments that audience, the criticism and some of the blind comments, and I say blind comments that audience, and we're all part of this pulse community that you make. 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Jolani Tulo-Ngwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. The Special Investigating Unit says it has been able to recover billions of rands that were awarded unlawfully to different contracts. The NPA, together with the Hawks and the SIU, are briefing the Standing Committee on Public Accounts about proclamations, referrals and the prosecution of cases over the years. More than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed, and the prosecution of cases over the years. More than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed by the Refugee Appeals Authority of South Africa. This is according to the authority's report that it tabled before the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs today. And the Brakpan Magistrates Court has heard how the status of most of murder cases in which suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is implicated are still under investigation. Mkhwanazi and 5 others are most of murder cases in which suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is implicated are still under investigation. Mkhwanazi and 5 others are applying for bail in the court in the east of Johannesburg. Greg Gross will have the details at 5 o'clock. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Ngwepe.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We kickstart in Joburg with a crash on the Mike 1 North call.
Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We kickstart in Joburg with a crash on the Mike 1 North Call It Drive. Pretty heavy backlogs getting up from Houghton through into that Melrose area today. Also a breakdown on the N3 North at Van Buren. So delays as you route up from the cement factory side. N1 heading north, slow as far as New Road. N1 going south, backlogging down to Winnie Mandela. Looks like a breakdown around the four ways off ramp. Pretoria's N1 North fairly busy for a Tuesday afternoon between the R21 and the Linwood Road off ramp. There's a crash. N1 going south, backlogging down to Winnie Mandela. Looks like a breakdown around the four ways off ramp. Pretoria's N1 North fairly busy for a Tuesday afternoon between the R21 and the Linwood Road off ramp. There's a crash on the N4 heading out of Pretoria at Simon for Mooten on your way to Mamelodi. That remains slow. Durban heading out of Pretoria at Simon for Mooten on your way to Mamelodi. That remains slow. Durban N2 South jam-packed today from Queen Lundy Drive all the way effectively to Spaghetti Junction. There are 3 broken down vehicles Hills, just south of Umgene Road, and that's why it's here heading along the M7, South Coast Road, Bayhead Road. It's you and a ton of trucks today. Cape Town breakdowns on the M1 out of town at Plattekloof Hill. That's pretty slow if you're trying to get out through towards the Belleville area. A breakdown on the N1 inbound at Sable Road causing delays, and still no traffic lights on Stellenbosch Arterial at Delft Main. So from Belhar heading out towards the R300, that's Stellenbosch Arterial very slow. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right to me. That's Stellenbosch Arterial very slow. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right to me. You spoke about, the delayed Springbok team announcement, but there's some news coming out of the Bok camp, right?
Yes, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has confirmed that he will start with two fly halves in his match day 23 against the All Blacks on Saturday in the first of four tests as the battle for the number 10 jersey continues. Mani Lebok, Andre Pollard and Sasha Farnberg Mgomezulu are all competing for a place in the team, and Erasmus has kept his starting combination under wraps, but his decision to include two fly halves is likely to add further interest to the selection. The Springboks' final combination is expected to be confirmed on Thursday. In terms of football, the race for the South African Football Association presidency has taken another turn with the Save Our SAFA faction, also known as the Forces of Change, who have thrown their support behind presidential candidate Sandile Zungu, saying that it is preparing to go to court over what it claims are unfair tactics by the Football Transformation Forum. Now, the Forces of Change have also raised concerns about the independence of people appointed by SAFA to oversee elections at regional and local football association congresses. The group says that it has written to CAF, FIFA and SASCOC about its concerns, but claims that it has not received a response. Here's Chairperson Lebogang Reed.
We are reaching a state where all these other matters must just be sent to court, because no other body is trying to listen to us. If you go back to the letters that were written to SASCOC, to letters that were written to DSEC, FIFA and CAF, letters that were written to SASCOC, to letters that were written to DSEC, FIFA and CAF, nobody is listening. So we have no other recourse to start taking these matters to court, because our people are being victimized left, right and center. Regions are being stolen, if I must put it like that. That is why you will realize that not everybody will be in a position to stand up and say, look here, I'm not supporting this, because they know that through the office of the CEO, there will be attacks.
Meanwhile, Senegal have confirmed Patrick Vieira as their new head coach, succeeding Pap Chow, who was dismissed after the recent World Cup. The appointment of Vieira, who was born in Senegal, is a strategic move, according to the Federation said in a social media post. They're aiming to establish a high-level technical setup in line with their country's sporting ambitions. Elsewhere, the Premier League is set to become more transparent about refereeing decisions this season. For the first time, fans will be able to see the full judgments made by the key match incidents panel on major referee and VAR decisions. Now, the 5-member panel reviews and votes on important incidents, then gives feedback to clubs and match officials. Until now, those full judgments were kept private. Now, the Premier League says that publishing them will give fans a clearer understanding of how controversial decisions are reviewed. Ending things off with motorsport. As the 2026 Formula One season resumes, Lewis Hamilton sits second in the Drivers' Championship, 50 points behind Mercedes rookie Kimi Antonelli, with Charles Leclerc a further 31 points adrift. Hamilton reclaimed runner-up spot before the summer break, but admitted frustration at costly errors and penalties in recent races, including infractions at Silverstone, Spa and Hungary. For Ferrari to mount a serious title challenge, Hamilton and Leclerc must deliver consistent results across the remaining 12 rounds while cutting out mistakes. The team also needs to sustain pressure on Mercedes in the constructors' standings, aiming for the first driver's crown in 19 years. And Hamilton has made it clear that his focus is on eliminating errors and maximizing Ferrari's evolving pace to keep Antonelli's lead within reach. That is it from my side. However, Ashraf, I see today you wearing that Springbok green color, right?
Yeah, I thought, you know what, I'll audition for the box since the team's not yet been announced. And just to be clear, I'm not wearing the Springbok jersey. It's classic Springbok green, like racing green color, right? Plain knit top. And the point is, I've got the colors. I just need the badge. So I'm auditioning right now in the hope that Rassie will say, hey, come on, man. Whatever, if this guy's got he's got the gears, he's got something to get us onto the pitch working to be the All Blacks, I'll take a chance and try it.
Which position?
No, I'm not going to say left out. I like the fact if they've got space for 2 fly halves, why can't they get a 3rd fly half? I'll do some of the kicking here. Like American football, you just come on the pitch and you kick and you walk straight off. That's all you do. Nas Botha did it once.
Well, I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
In case you missed it.
Another type of attack I want to ask about is digital sextortion. How does that tend to be carried out and against who?
When we look at sextortion, criminals are exploiting something very human. They're exploiting fear and shame and reputational harm. And the criminal's objective isn't the image itself, it's that emotional leverage they create to pressure someone into paying quickly. And, like I said, AI has dramatically increased the scale and the sophistication of that type of attack.
That is Asare, AI and digital policy expert.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
That type of attack.
That is Asare, AI and digital policy expert.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Before there was the SAfm You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
Through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And Paswane and Patlela's got all those numbers. You want to pick up with ABSA's half-yearly results, Paswane? Go for it.
Yeah, ABSA. They reported on the first half-yearly results there. Solid results. Financially, they're doing well. Profits as headline especially were up.
Results, Paswane? Go for it.
Yeah. ABSA. They reported on the first half-yearly results there. Solid results. Financially, they're doing well. Profits as headline especially were up around 7.9%, improving ROE at 15%. The credit space is holding up 5% to 1.5 trillion, thanks to strong demand coming through the vehicle finance, business banking, investment banking, modest growth filtering through when you look at the likes of home loans and unsecured ones. Good thing is that there's quality. Stage 3 loans have declined, signaling that there are fewer borrowers that are among the distressed portions. Their deposits are up 8%. Total income, though, is modestly up 4%, as the net interest margins fell due to the poor performance coming from African markets. Management, however, so with a solid balance sheet, paid a higher dividend, up 8.3% at 8.50 cents per share. Stock, though, reaction was just rather flat, up just around 0.1%. Investors seeking more evidence regarding the revenue growth growth going into the second half, in terms of South Africa showing further momentum recovery and Africa making a U-turn. When we look at markets last night, the ceasefire and the MOU expired basically, and oil prices ticked up during the day, and as investors should concern that US and Iran are still not talking, and Trump did confirm that that's not happening, but gains were kept as he came back and also informed that all mines were removed from Hormuz, and the gains from the oil prices basically went flat at $90.80 a barrel. When you look at bond yields, they also pull from their highs on concern of sticky inflation and volatility, which is also reflecting that they also pulled back, and they are reflecting that it's more manageable. There is exhaustion, especially when you look at the oil price, which is a big driver. So good news is that they're still expecting good news on the horizon. Dollar was muted. Gold is their losses to $4,400 an ounce. When you look at the equities, they also eased some of their losses but remained under pressure. Nasdaq was down 1%, S&P down 0.5%. In Europe, you see the FTSE gained up 0.4%, DAX kept down 0.4%. JSE is these losses to run about 0.7%, as resources is down 1%. Financials and industrials down 0.5%. When you losses to run about 0.7%, as resources is down 1%. Financials and industrials down 0.5%. When you look at the currency, rand is on a more weaker level, but still okay. 16.22 against the dollar, 18.78 against the euro, and 21.97 cents against the pound.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Paswani. We'll connect tomorrow. We have an hour of the markets, full details. In fact, deep dive with Jimmy Moyaha from 6 to 7.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, let's get to some of your thoughts, right? So here's a comment first. AfriForum is the best organization to learn from. It doesn't mean you're going to do everything they do, but the thing they are good at surpasses anyone else in the country. Nobody represents their people better than AfriForum. Viva AfriForum. And saying, by the way, the Buddha built this country, which then leads you onto another whole conversation. But it does, I mean, and there's pictures, by the way, today of Kali Kriel together with Jacinta Ngobese Zuma together, and they'll reflect their meeting and what came out of it, right? Butana in Rosebank, go for it.
Good afternoon, my brother Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you, man.
The breakdown is not completely transparent, but we appreciate it, but it's not completely transparent.
So why do you then appreciate it if it's not transparent?
No, it doesn't tell us that we are also paying for the overrun. We are also paying for the 400 billion that was taken from Eskom and put to Treasury. Doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us those details. It doesn't tell us that the chaps, they purchased equipment, 76 million, and the equipment was never used. We are paying for the money that they cannot recover from the customers, including 83 billion that was right off from people of Soweto. I'm sorry, guys, but that's the truth. That's transparent, that thing.
All right, you've made your point strongly, as always, Butana in Rosebank. Let's get further comments. In fact, here's one about Uber. Just listen to this.
Afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I think it is high time that the government should seriously engage the Uber. Ashraf and the listeners. I think it is high time that the government should seriously engage the Uber holding companies, these e-hailing holding companies, because now if you check, there are a lot of robberies on these operators, on the drivers, and I don't think it is fair for the e-hailing holding companies just to make profit out of this business without actually investing back, plowing back by assisting the government to fight this surge of criminal activities on their operators. So I think government needs to get these people on board, because very soon we are going to lose lives. So I think government needs to get these people on board, because very soon we are going to lose lives, lot of lives of operators if the e-hailing operators are not going to come on board. Thank you very much.
Okay, got that. Right then, I mean, there's lots of talk about that. Now here's another one on the issue of the Minister of Electricity.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, I just want to challenge the last caller who said that the minister is not an electrical engineer.
Issue of the Minister of Electricity.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, I just want to challenge the last caller who said that the minister is not an electrical engineer. It is a lie. Don't mislead people. You don't need to be an electrical engineer to be a power station manager or to understand the generation of power. There is where there's different components. You get mechanical engineers, you get chemical engineers, you get electrical engineers on power stations because there's different components. So you don't need an electrical engineer. It's a lie. It's misleading. Thank you, Rudolph Witbank and Mpumalanga.
Point made from Rudolph. It's something we've been talking about at different levels. By the way, you do know when I took over this show, well, renamed to the National Pulse, the person I replaced was Alvin St-Pierre, right? So, I mean, his tweet today is interesting. It says, breaking news. After a nearly 3-year hiatus. Today is interesting. It says, breaking news. After a nearly 3-year hiatus. And you need to listen to the words carefully, okay? After a nearly 3-year hiatus, I'm pleased to announce that I'm back behind the mic. Radio, my first love. And now you're thinking, what is he going to say next? I'll be co-hosting The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga on SAfmRadio as we celebrate 90 years of SAfm. And that happens tomorrow. So not forever, just for the day. Yeah, I'll run on with Bridget tomorrow. Of course, you know, her show is on from 1 to 3 before the show. So I'm sure you'll be listening in, right? Okay, let's get to more comments. And here's one.
Hi, Ashraf. You know, I can understand the need to advocate for freedom of speech and all of those things, but we also need to be careful not to allow individuals to be all of those things. But we also need to be careful not to allow individuals to be rude and disrespectful, irrespective whether it's a minister or fellow caller or the average Joe on the street. But we need to be careful. There's a lot of ways he could have expressed his displeasure than calling names like that. Anonymous, Cape Town.
Well, I mean, you raise an important point. I mean, look, I think, you know, if a person is using a swear word, it's out. If a person is committing an act of slander, that would also be out, but there's no verification. But if a person's expressing an opinion to say so-and-so is an idiot, that means they would think that the person is not delivering, doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, is that a normal word that one can use to describe someone that, according to you, underperforms or doesn't know? And that would be would that be derogatory? I'm actually asking the question as opposed to giving an answer. I'm probably sitting on the fence on that one. I mean, part of me says don't use the word idiot. Another one says in a democracy like ours, one of the things we are able to do is get people to express themselves, as long as they're not being completely derogatory. And you may say this could be derogatory or not.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Talking about elections, I have a question to the IEC more specifically. As we check the people who actually assist them in putting out the election, they usually take people who are already employed in the system, like teachers and nurses and stuff like that, while not focusing on people who are actually unemployed. And I refuse to look at it as a competency issue. I think anybody who has a matric can be trained, even if it takes a month, to properly assist the IEC in running elections. So why do they focus on people who are already employed, who already have a stable income, instead of looking at people who do not have jobs? Thank you. This is KG from Mikuruleni.
All right, got that. And Ashraf, the issue of regarding Eskom tariffs needs to be revised or revisited as a matter of urgency, as neighbouring countries are paying less than the locals, as is the case in phone charges, especially airtime and data. We need to see more interventions by the government to change pricing that favours the poor and locals, and the days of overcharging the population are over. Lastly, all the analysts have been making outcries regarding the matter for a very long time from TG. Right, point taken, TG, and many would completely concur with you on that. Right, here we are.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Flores from a beautiful winelands. Ashraf, unfortunately, this is not going to ease up, especially with the 16-year-old from Malmesbury who was sought after by the FBI with child pornography. And with AI, who's here to stay, kids are going to get more savvy and younger on how to get access to the dark web and all these websites. So yeah, I think it's just a whole educational thing that kids needs to be warned from an early age, the dangers of these kind of things. Have a good job. Bye.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, I think many will concur with you on that too. Okay, I'll tell you what. Years. So listen to this one about AfriForum.
Afternoon, Ashraf. We cannot praise AfriForum because they benefited from apartheid opportunities. So black people, they didn't have those opportunities. Therefore, cannot praise them that they are the best organization. They benefited from apartheid. Therefore, they must return what they stole before.
Aubrey, thank you. Well, you raise another important issue. There's no doubt their solidity, their funding, their ability to raise funding comes from a historical advantage that clearly has not been narrowed or flattened at all in all this time in South Africa. So that's true. The counter argument to that, and it's not an AfriForum argument, is like those that have been in power, the black majority 3 decades in, what have they done to further the aims of the majority of South Africans? Something to consider.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
The situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSP House. I'm Michelle Constantin.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Shadow Twala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's being done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
to the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Right, let's, we can talk about other things. You do know that we've been celebrating and reflecting SAfm at 90 and the different iterations of SAfm too. So we're going to talk about that in just a moment. But in the meantime, here's some celebration. Harmony Gold Mining Company Limited congratulates the 2026 Enactus South Africa national champion Nelson Mandela University on their Batopele BioLoop Africa project and for the passion, creativity and resilience shown by the team. For 2 decades, Harmony has proudly partnered with Enactus South Africa to power the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs and change makers. Investing in education is central to Harmony's commitment to building thriving, future-ready communities. And the message says we thank every participant, finalist and stakeholder for making this remarkable 20-year journey one of innovation, opportunity and shared success. And this message is brought to you by Harmony, proud platinum sponsor of Enactus South Africa for 20 years.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, well, what about SAfm? We've been celebrating now for 90 years. Many of us were not alive when it all started. And of course, there were name changes that took place that reflected the people that were in charge at the time. So since democracy, it is SAfm, which I think is most appropriate because it does mean South Africa FM. Having said all of that, Robert Kigongo is a sustainable development analyst and writer based in Uganda. And he's put a piece together reflecting on the magic of radio, but also drawing on his experience of SAFM. So, in fact, he's been inspired by that. Also drawing on his experience of SAFM. So, in fact, he's been inspired by that. Well, what a good time to talk to you, Robert. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm exceedingly humbled and profoundly honored to be hosted by SAFM as you celebrate 90 years or an anniversary shaping broadcasting, nurturing talents, soothing our ears with sweet voices and good music, but most importantly, inspiring generations of journalists and listeners. What a time to be alive.
Well, wonderful. We are honored that, in fact, you have taken the time to reference, firstly, SAFM at 90, and then talk about the general broadcasting industry, beyond that, right? First, let's talk about the SAFM at 90. I mean, what I picked up is you've listened to the radio station. So did you listen when you were in South Africa or whether you were in Uganda at the time? When have you been listening?
I remember growing up as a child, the voices on radio filled our home, long before I even understood the power of it. Those stories, I can assure you, inspired a lifelong love of storytelling, and here I am writing articles week in, week out, from Kampala to Nairobi to Johannesburg, as a way of storytelling. And I strongly believe these stories are shaping national policies, perspectives, multilateralism, opinions, and psychosocial behaviors. I was glad to be invited by SAFM when I first wrote my first piece in the Mail and Guardian paper of South Africa. And what amused me was the innovation of SAFM. After the interview, a while, they shared a podcast. And that podcast was shared across. And trust me, the issues I'd actually put in the paper were amplified and caused a very, very big impact. So that cannot be underestimated. That overweighs any history of listenership.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because I mean, you write the piece, we pick up on the piece, we then talk to you live, we create the podcast, you share all of that, the piece, the live interview for those listening, and the podcast to your own audience besides ours, and it's like win-win-win across the board. Right, having said all of that, you then have a thought, and here's the question: is radio still vital in the social media era? What are your thoughts?
It's definitely a yes from me. Considering the surge of social media that is spreading misinformation and disinformation, radio remains vital as a gateman for verified information and professional journalism. The rise of citizen journalism is pushing media to the wall, the entire media landscape to the wall. Imagine media is shifting away from seeking truth to seeking influence, and radio is now the gateman to truth.
So explain that in the pursuit to seek influence, in this case here, versus truth. Why would then radio still be able to stand its ground?
Radio has stood their ground, I can assure you. The challenge is that people are now sourcing their information from social media first, but this information is not verified. You are not sure whether it's true. It's mainly propaganda, but radio has been at least been able to keep those ethical values that sieve information and then deliver it to the public, that eventually informs the public to make better decisions, or to have at least verified information in a sea of information everywhere. So in the information value chain, radio still plays that vital role, despite the apps that we have that are spreading all sorts of information, and despite the masses shifting away to social media as their primary source. So radio remains the source of verified information.
Well, I mean, interesting,
and that alone shouldn't be underestimated. Information. And despite the masses shifting away to social media as their primary source, so radio remains the source of verified information.
Well, I mean, interesting,
and that alone shouldn't be underestimated.
All right. Well, look, we've got 30 seconds. So quick answer on this one here. I mean, there's been, a drop-off in terms of consumption of news via print media. There's been, a drop-off in terms of consumption of news via print media. We see that every day. Radio, I mean, yes, there's been a consumption of digital, and you're saying everybody's been a citizen reporter and creating their own thing. And you're saying radio, in your thoughts, has not received that fall. Or why do you think then, what gives radio the edge? Give me a 30-second answer.
When radio recruits professional journalists, it also keeps under the policies of their main national broadcasters, under the key regulations. I think that protects radio from such interventions and such changes that are happening in our world at a very, very rapid speed. So, but it's also upon radio to integrate innovations and then create a lot of creativity, like it is doing right now, having live stream on TikToks, doing Twitter Spaces, innovations like podcast. So that doesn't really mean that radio is up against social media, but the two can complement each other. But radio remains a valid source of verified information and true information, like it has done for the last decades and decades.
Well, thank you for sharing.
People.
Thank you for sharing that, Robert. Your time's up for now, but it doesn't mean we may not talk to you with your own further thought leader opinion on something in Uganda sometime down the line. Who knows? You never know, right? Much appreciate your time here. There we are. Radio, important, critically so, but has had to also embrace digital. It's pretty obvious. It has to do that. Greg House has got the news at 5.
Thank you, Ashraf. Billions in unlawful contracts recovered in condemnation of Afghan bomb attack. Good day to you. The SIU says it's been able to recover billions of rands awarded unlawfully in different contracts. The NPA, together with the Hawks and the investigating unit, are briefing Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts about proclamations, referrals and the prosecution of cases over the years. The NPA is in Kebakanyani.
The first column shows the value of contracts that were set aside by the SIU, which is 3.81 billion. And the second one shows the amount that were subsequently recovered by the SIU, which is 2.9. Asked us to present on. One of them is ESCOM. And on this slide, we show the matters of ESCOM that we're able to do asset recovery on. The first one being ESCOM ABB, a 2.5 billion contract was set aside and 1.57 billion was recovered by the SIU, and by asset forfeiture unit there was 2.5 billion that was recovered.
More than 160,000 asylum seeker appeals are yet to be processed by the Refugee Appeals Authority, they say. More than 90,000 cases from this backlog are inactive and have been abandoned. That's according to the authority's report tabled before Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs today. The report indicates that nationals from Ethiopia, the DRC and Bangladesh are in the top 3 cases of appeals. The appeals authority's Zilpa Rapesh.
Some of these files have been abandoned for 10 years. We cannot say we will risk this person being exposed or being refouled if a person has abandoned their appeals for more than 10 years. So we are looking at administratively closing these files that has been dormant for an excessive period of time.
The Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg has heard how the status of most murder cases in which the suspended Deputy Ekurhuleni Metro Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is implicated are still under investigation. Mkhwanazi and 5 others are applying for bail. They face charges of murder and defeating the ends of justice relating to the 2022 killing of businessman Emmanuel Mbense. Any investigation into the murder was blocked by local law for bail. They face charges of murder and defeating the ends of justice relating to the 2022 killing of businessman Emmanuel Mbense. Any investigation into the murder was blocked by local law enforcement. However, a member of the NPA, who cannot be identified, applied for the matter to be reopened after some facts were not clear.
According to his statement, upon his arrival, Julius Mkhwanazi was briefed by Pretorius that Chief is that time again. Julius then instructed that the deceased body be removed and disposed of immediately by dumping it into the spa. Giacomo Hanekom was later shot and killed. on the 17th of March 2023. In respect of the witness Sergeant Khoza, that he lived in Tsakane next to a known drug den. On the night of his death, he had witnessed Sergeant Khoza, that he lived in Tsakane next to a known drug den. On the night of his death, he had reportedly heard cries of help emanating from this neighbor, and on going to investigate, was shot and killed.
2 suspects allegedly involved in the theft and removal of guardrails from road networks across KwaZulu-Natal are expected to appear in the Kwadakuza Magistrates Court on the province's north coast tomorrow. They were arrested while allegedly removing the guardrails. Police say during police questioning, one of the suspects allegedly led investigators to a contractor in KwaMashu. Reports say the contractor then assisted police in tracing the alleged kingpin. Police say during police questioning, one of the suspects allegedly led investigators to a contractor in KwaMashu. Reports say the contractor then assisted police in tracing the alleged kingpin of the operation, who was then arrested. The spokesperson for the Provincial Transport Department in Dabasi Sebia.
What we have decided to do, is to continue with an investigation, because there is, quite a lot of information coming forward, and we want to, deal with the guardrail mafia. The MEC sponsor Duma has also announced that, he is now going to be using the Presidential Proclamation R156 of 2024, just bringing in more resources, the SIU getting the asset for future unit to come in, investigate and also seize assets of, those that are behind the work of the guardrail mafia.
A UN expert on Afghanistan, Richard Bennett, has condemned an explosion at a school in the capital Kabul that has wounded dozens of students. The BBC's Anbarasan Ehirajan has more.
The blast happened at a private primary school.
Dozens of students. The BBC's Anbarasan Ehirajan has more.
The blast happened at a private primary school for girls and boys in the western Dashti-Barshi area of Kabul, which is home to the Shia Hazara community. A teacher at the school told the BBC Afghan service that girls and boys in the western Dashti-Barshi area of Kabul, which is home to the Shia Hazara community. A teacher at the school told the BBC Afghan service that one of the students may have been carrying unexploded ordnance that went off. It's not clear how the student picked it up. Taliban police officials said several children sustained minor injuries and they were investigating. Afghanistan is littered with live ammunition and unexploded ordnance after decades of war and conflict.
Top story, the SIU says it's been able to recover billions of rands awarded unlawfully in different contracts. That's SAfm News, I'm Greg Huss.
In sports this hour, MTN 8 tickets go on sale. Rossi to name 2 fly halves in Springbok squad, and SA golfers eye 13th Continental Crown. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Started Pretoria with a very heavy backlog on the M1 North today. It's a crash up by Gaasfontein, and then what appears to be an obstruction after Linwood Road before the N4. So those two incidents together causing a massive queue across all lanes. Starts at Buerta Avenue, only ends once you get past Linwood Road. If you know your alternatives, might be a good afternoon to be on those. The N4 out towards Mamelodi, queuing into a fatal crash by Simon Vermooten. Quite a big backlog of traffic on that N4 leaving Pretoria this afternoon. Joburg's N3, Limbro Park down to Germiston, looking quite slow. The N1 just sitting between Buccleuch Interchange and the William Mandela off-ramp to Four Ways. And if you're on the M1 North, Buccleuch through to about Samrand Road, fairly busy on that run through Midrand area today. Now, crossing to Durban, we've had a series of breakdowns on the N2 southbound between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction. Traffic is dreadful all the way back through to Queen Nundy Drive. There are about 4 broken down vehicles on that N2 South, and that's why it's so badly backed up. In Under Road, now from Seacow Lake over the N2 highway towards the Parlock area, that is very slow, and a bit of an issue just around the Cliffdale, or Key Ridge area at least, from the M13 join, getting up to Key Ridge on your way to Cliffdale, heading to Pietermaritzburg. That's very slow as well. Cape Town today, Marine Drive out to Boundary Road is slow. N1 leaving town, busy from the city centre past a breakdown at Plattekloof, and then traffic congestion all the way through to Brackenfell, and still no traffic lights. Stellenbosch Arterial at Delft Main, holding you up from Belhar into the Delft area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm 104.4 FM in Durban. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
We've still had more people commenting about the Afri Forum March and March meet-up. And how do you analyze it? I mean, what for you are the pluses in that meetup, and what for you are the minuses, if anything? And you can share your own thoughts on that too. We'll chat to Thembisa Fakode just now, well, in about 20 past, around the developments in Zambia, with their leader being re-elected, and what that means for Zambia, what that means for South Africa. You also know, as part of the SAfm at 90, we've got this documentary tracing the whole history of South Africa, mirroring SAfm over the years and vice versa. So we play the next episode of that around 5:45. So listen out for that too, right? Well, what about the episode of NSFAS? There's been a finding from the public protector that is a huge cause for concern. We'll talk about that next.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Every message tells a story.
On behalf of Wits University, we would like to congratulate SAfm on celebrating an extraordinary 90 years of broadcasting. For 9 decades, you have been a trusted source of news, thoughtful analysis, and meaningful conversation. And this has helped us as South Africans make sense of the world around us. As a valued partner in sharing research, knowledge, and expert voices, we are proud of our long-standing relationship with SAfm. We wish you all the success in the future as you keep informing, inspiring, and leading the nation's conversation for many years to come. Happy 90th anniversary from Wits University.
Every wish reminds us why SAfm is more than just a radio station.
Right, let's, in fact, we'll talk to the Deputy Public Protector in a moment, but before we get there, listen to this message. Mzansi Nizwile, Delicious Festival is entering a new era with SABC as its official broadcast partner. Through the power and reach of SABC, we bring you the music, the food, the fashion, the culture of Delicious to audiences across the country. So set your alarms now or fill in the calendar, because it happens on the 10th and 11th of April next year, 2027, at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. It's a date.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, much to talk about regarding, I would say the troubled NSFAS, and the problem with the troubled NSFAS is the impact it has on, students, or troubled students, and therefore troubled youth and troubled country. And there are some findings that are quite significant. The Public Protector Advocate Koleka Katleka released a Section 7-9 notice today, setting out findings of systemic deficiencies in the administration, governance, funding. And I need to say this again just for emphasis, okay? The findings are systemic deficiencies in the administration, governance, funding, coordination, and oversight of the student financial aid. According to the findings cited by the Public Protector in an investigation into NSFAS, which is the National Students Financial Aid Scheme, more than, listen to this one, 40,000 students, 40,000 at 76 higher education institutions were improperly funded to the value of 5.1 billion rands. Right, let's find out more about it. I'm sure you want to know. Advocate Dinky Dube is the Deputy Public Protector of South Africa. Appreciate your time, Deputy Public Protector. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, these findings at face value, they seem pretty damning in terms of the words used, right?
Indeed. So what you had referred to in your remarks opening remarks really relates to the investigation that was done by the Special Investigating Unit. So part of what we've done as a public protector, we've looked at how other law enforcement agencies as well as other oversight institutions have done, for example, your Auditor General over the years in terms of how student funding, in particular NSFAS, has been handling the process of student funds in the higher education sector. So as you have indicated, we have covered quite a lot of ground. The issues are quite broad in terms of the systemic deficiencies that the investigation uncovers. And if I may, just to highlight a few, for example, as part of the investigation, we've looked at not only the legislative policy framework, but we've also looked at the institution and the design in terms of the model for facilitating funding for students. We've also looked at part of the report is about facilitating funding for students. We've also looked at part of the report is about the governance instability issues that we've all come to know around NSFAS, and that is as broad as how the report goes. But the impact to the students, as you have indicated in the introduction, really ranges from, we've got students who midway of their studies, the funding is withdrawn. We've also had incidences of a number of students after completion are not able to get copies of their qualifications because they are withdrawn as a result of NSFAS really not processing payments to the universities. So in the main, that is really the focus of the investigation by the public protector.
Okay. And therefore, as part of the findings, and I'll read this because I think we need clarity on this one, where we talk about 40,000 students at 76 higher education institutions were improperly funded to the value of 5.1 billion rands. So let's play on the words improperly funded. What does that mean in this context?
Well, the issue around improper funding really relates to, for an example, the application of the means test, where you find that eligible students who meet the criteria are not getting funding, but then you find that there are also incidences of possible fraud where those who are not necessarily intended for this funding then get the funding. So as we said, the figure of that 5.1 billion that you've cited related to the report that we've consulted, which the SIU issued. The public protector has also made significant findings just relating to the systemic deficiencies around the governance system and the model of the disbursement of the funds. So perhaps if I can just highlight what we really believe is a groundbreaking remedial action if it is implemented. So
okay, go for it.
Part of what we've done in the investigation is to conduct research looking at what is the international best practice. So how are other jurisdictions really handling the issue of further education funding for tertiary institutions? And so we found that countries such as Australia, New Zealand offer a model that is of value for South Africa to consider. For example, the model that the public protector is proposing might really help to solve all of these governance issues that we know have been reported about, just the functioning of NSFAS, is one that ensures that there's actually direct payment into universities or any other tertiary institutions, and let them actually be the one that manages the funding of eligible students. So that is part one of it. The second one is we're also urging institutions of higher learning that as part of the debt management and debt recovery process, that perhaps they need to reconsider the withholding of qualifications because the number of students are then not able to get jobs, apply for jobs, and to even further their studies because the results are being withheld and therefore unable to prove that they have actually obtained that qualification. So those are for us really groundbreaking recommendations which will take this process forward. But you would have noted in the draft 7.9 as well is that the issue of what is often referred to as the missing middle is addressed in this report, because what the public protector has found is that in instances where those members of the communities, and certainly those from historically disadvantaged communities who don't necessarily meet the criteria in terms of the means test that is set by NSFAS, that are called a missing middle, but they're also unable to afford to pay for the full fees of the students, that perhaps it is time that that matter is reconsidered, so that whatever model and design that the government will implement after having considered the public protector report is one that looks at really the middle income earners who don't fit that criteria, but are also unable to afford the university fee.
Okay, but I mean, but I mean, overall, the assessment is, am I right in saying it's pretty damning regarding NSFAS?
Well, absolutely. I mean, part of what the report really does is to track. We've done a chronological a date, just taking through the journey of the instability issues that have been reported on NSFAS, starting from the year 2020 until to date, where you find that the CEO is suspended and the board is either removed and reinstalled, and you have an administrator, then an administrator removed. We would have seen even the recent reports about the High Court decision regarding the reinstatement of the previous board and, of course, removal of the current administrator. So what really the public protector has essentially confirmed in this report is what we've already seen reported in the media several times.
And just a quick answer on this one, just one line, what happens next?
So what happens next is that the public protector has issued the report to all the relevant role players. We've given them the time frame. Ordinarily, the time that the public protector would give parties to respond is 10 days in terms of our rules. But because of the complexity of this report, we've actually granted about 2 months for the relevant institutions, the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Department of Finance, and even have asked the Speaker of Parliament to really consider this report, to look at the remedial action as well as the recommendations. And in instances where they don't necessarily object, they shouldn't have to wait for the final report of the public protector. They should really start implementing already.
Let's leave it at that. Appreciate your input here on the National Pulse. Advocate Dinky Dube, the Deputy Public Protector.
Every nation leaves something behind. A song, a poem, a painting, a performance, a story. This is ours. Join us as we honor the creators shaping South Africa's future at the National Arts and Culture Awards 2026. Friday, 21 August, Sun City. Then watch the primetime broadcast on SABC 1, Saturday, 22 August at 8 p.m. NACA 2026. Celebrating our nation's creative excellence. In case you missed it.
Can you respond to the allegation that he made against you, that you told him he would not be fired, but seemingly changed your mind?
Well, leadership is tough. You've got to make decisions based on the facts before you. And if you never ever prepare to change your mind, then you, by definition, are not going to be a very good leader forever.
Is that a concession that you did, in fact, then renege on your word?
So I had to make a tough decision based on what was happening in agriculture that I thought was best for the party and best for the country.
I'm going to take it as a yes.
I stand by that.
Gordon Hill-Lewis, the leader of the Democratic Alliance.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. SAfm.
Cape Verde West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Well, let's talk about Global Watch. In fact, it's Continental Watch in this case here, because we are talking about the goings-on in Zambia. We've been building up to the election, and now we know that there's no change in leadership of that country. Apparently, there's big support for the incumbent leader of the country. What does all this mean? What does it mean for Zambia? What does it mean for South Africa? We're talking about President Hakainde Hichilema winning the election, giving him 5 more years. With me, Tembisa Fakude, who's a senior research fellow at AfriCID, which is the acronym really for Africa-Asia Dialogues. Tembisa, it's always good to engage you on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Right, one thing is winning. We always say, what are the margins? What were the margins?
Well, the margins were not that wide, but surely President Hakainde Hichilema got the mandate, and it's a vote of confidence, at least for his intervention in terms of moving the economy. President Hakainde Hichilema got the mandate, and it's a vote of confidence, at least for his intervention in terms of moving the economy in Zambia towards the right direction. And I think this is a vote of confidence. We'll see what's going to happen in his second term, but I think the voters were quite direct in terms of what they wanted to see, and of course the elections, to many people's surprise, were fairly peaceful, and there is, compared to other elections that we've seen not only in Zambia, in other parts of Africa, where there's always a contestation of the results of elections. This time around, everything seemed to have gone smooth. Africa, where there's always a contestation of the results of elections. This time around, everything seemed to have gone smooth.
How? Let's then reflect on his term of office, the previous 5 years. I mean, you sort of touched on he had plans for Zambia. What did he do, and what did he do that was so right that convinced the electorate to give him 5 more years?
His economy. He managed to push for beneficiation, and not to say that all is okay in Zambia in terms of them beneficiating from the critical minerals, particularly copper. We still have to deal with on their way to Durban exporting raw copper, which they then imported back as a finished product. But what he's tried to do is not only to set new conditions for large investors, but from China. But his close relationship with the Americans also seems to be yielding results. As a result, we're seeing more and more products that are finished coming from Zambia, notwithstanding, of course, that they still have a problem in terms of exporting the routes and the transportation, because it's a landlocked country. But notwithstanding, we're seeing things moving in Zambia. At some point, the Zambian kwacha was much more stronger than the rand. And of course, to the excitement of many Zambians who, many of them would like to measure the success of the currency. But the Zambian kwacha has been competing very strong with the rand. So it's been good news for many Zambians. And the retail market in particular, notwithstanding that many of the businesses that are in Zambia, particularly fast-moving consumer goods industries, are all South Africans. But again, it has helped the Zambians to have access to the markets that ordinarily, particularly their neighbors, don't have access to.
Now, I mean, notwithstanding the point about the kwacha being stronger than the rand, even if it's momentarily, I mean, largely it's still a country that's relatively underdeveloped compared to South Africa, right? Having said all of that, once you get elected or re-elected, so you get another 5 years, it is a huge carte blanche endorsement, isn't it? What can you expect now?
Well, I expect some stiff competition between South Africa, at least politically henceforth, because we are seeing the Americans courting the Zambians and pushing the Zambians into doing business with the Americans, particularly when it comes to AI and electric vehicles industry. And they have been useful until now, reliant largely on South Africa to export that kind of minerals. But with the Americans coming in and pushing for the optimal use of the railway line, which is leading to the Lopido corridor in Angola, are likely to have some kind of dissatisfaction coming out from our way in South Africa in terms of not using our port. So that could just be another problem. There's a huge competitive turf at the moment in Zambia between the Chinese and Americans. But are a bit aggressive in terms of what they like to see.
Yeah, tell me more about it. I mean, what are they? What are they competing for? They want Zambia's attention, clearly. What are they giving in return?
Well, the critical minerals, largely copper. Whatever we do henceforth will involve copper, whether it's electric vehicles or AI. Copper is one very important critical mineral, and Zambia has got a lot of it. And they are going to be exporting it instead of relying largely on other countries. The Americans are now looking at Zambians. They've been importing a lot from China. Now with Zambia open to business and the Lopido corridor being across the waters from the United States, it will make it much easier for the Americans to export this rare product from Zambia instead of them, well, at least the Zambians exporting the copper and other critical minerals via Durban.
And then just to conclude, and very quickly, what impact will this have then on Zambia, South Africa?
Well, we are likely to see an emerging power in Africa, or at least southern Africa, in the form of Zambia, and that is likely to shake our comfort zone. We have been very comfortable for a very terms of political and economic power, and to a large extent the sponsorship of smaller countries in Southern Africa. But what you're going to see now, you're likely going to see a Zambia that's going to be a standalone country with its own and they might not just need us as they used to before.
Okay, lots to reflect on that. Thanks for your time, Thembisa Fakudi. What we do know is Zambia,
standalone country with its own and they might not just need us as they used to before.
Okay, lots to reflect on that. Thanks for your time, Thembisa Fakudi. What we do know is Zambia, the same man in charge, another 5 years. A huge endorsement to his politics and his policy for his people. 5:30. Here's the news headlines with Greg.
In the headlines, IPIDS told the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg that businessman Emmanuel Mbense allegedly offered his killers R500,000 he had in his house, pleading they not kill him. The SIU says it's been able to recover billions of rands awarded unlawfully in different contracts. And the Supreme Court in Pakistan has ordered authorities to move the former Prime Minister Imran Khan from jail to hospital for a checkup. A full update at 6 o'clock.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. Pretoria's N1 North remains heavy. An earlier crash at Garsfontein has now been cleared, but there is a breakdown between Rigel and Garsfontein, so that really big backlog of traffic stays with us. Queues as far as Buerta Avenue. The N4 heading out towards Mamelodi, leaving Pretoria. Fatal crash at Simon Vermooten. That's a big queue back through towards Rousseau Street. The alternative Pretoria Road option down the Bronkhorstspruit Road, that's looking quite heavy, with motorists electing to get onto that instead of sit on that N4. N1 home to four ways, busy today through Rivonia down to a very congested Winnie Mandela drive across the bridge up towards the junction with Leslie. Crash on the N3 North before Van Buren, so pushing a queue there back as far as the cement factory. N17 home to Boksburg, Springs and Brakpan, that's queuing up into the roadworks driving eastbound at Rondebolt Road. Now Durban, the N2 South is a monumental backlog today. There are multiple breakdowns between Queen Nandi Drive and Spaghetti Junction. And that is the length of the queue. You're going to hit it from just after the Kwamashu Highway, through Queen Nandi, down through Nanda, over at Umgeta Road, all the way down to about Westwood Mall, just before you get to 4 Level. It really is heavy. A lot of truck congestion. Umbilo, Rossborough and Bayhead has been pretty jam-packed all day today. A breakdown around the Key Ridge area if you're on your way to Pietermaritzburg. That's looking a touch on the sluggish side. And Cape Town today, still busy on the N1, coming out of town out towards the Coburg interchange. The Coburg Road, passing Macro up to Bloberg Road, very heavy today. And still some queues on Baden-Powell Drive, heading out of busy Musenberg towards Strandfontein Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Thanks for that, Rob. And while you actually just think about this, deciding to, well, ignore your alarm may cost you your flight, right? But deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 43-year-old Ilana saves an unbelievable 349 rand a month on a 2022 Suzuki Jimny. Switch to Outsurance today. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. You got it? Out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, I've got my plain green jersey that looks like the Springbok jersey, but it's not, waiting for my badge so I can be honoured properly. Having said all of that, let's shift to the MTN8s, to me.
Well, tickets to the 2026 MTN8 semi-finals are now on sale. In the first leg, defending champions Orlando Pirates will face Kukune United at the Old Peter Mokaba Stadium at 3 p.m., while Mamelodi Sundowns take on Golden Arrows at Lucas Moripe Stadium also at the same time. The return legs are scheduled for next weekend, with Pirates hosting Kukune at Orlando Amstel Arena on Saturday and Golden Arrows welcoming Sundowns to Kingswell Tini Stadium on Sunday. Both second leg matches will kick off at 3 p.m. and the PSL is urging supporters to buy their tickets as early as possible. Meanwhile, the SAFA election race has taken another turn, with the Save Our SAFA faction backing presidential candidate Sandile Zungu saying that it plans to go to court over what is called unfair tactics by the Football Transformation Forum. It has also raised concerns about the independence of officials overseeing regional and local football elections. Forces of Change chairperson Lebogeng Reed says that they have written to CAF, FIFA and SASCOC but have received no response.
We are reaching a state where all these other matters must just be sent to court, because no other body is trying to listen to us. If you go back to the letters that were written to SASCOC, to letters that were written to DSEC, FIFA and CAF, nobody is listening. So we have no other recourse to start taking these matters to court, because our people are being victimized left, right, and center. Regions are being stolen, if I must put it like that. That is why you will realize that not everybody will be in a position to stand up and say, look here, I'm not supporting this, because they know that through the office of the CEO, there will be attacks.
Elsewhere, the Premier League is set to give fans more insight into refereeing decisions this season. For the first time, full judgments from the key match incident panel on major referee and VAR decisions will be made public. Now, the Premier League says that the move will improve transparency and also help fans understand how controversial decisions are reviewed. It is part of 3 measures, including direct explanations from officials and RefCam with referee-player audio. In rugby, Springboks coach Rassie Erasmus has confirmed that he will start with 2 fly halves in his match day 23 against the All Blacks on Saturday in the first of the 4 tests, as the battle for the number 10 jersey continues. Mani Lebok, Andre Pollard and Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu are all competing for a place in the team. Erasmus has kept his starting combination under wraps, but his decision to include 2 fly halves is likely to add further interest to the selection, and the Springboks final combination is expected to be confirmed on Thursday.
We're going to pick 2 for this weekend, and that will be announced on Thursday. And I'm pretty sure during the next 4 weeks and ending in Baltimore, for a series is very long against New Zealand. as you see, both teams got injuries already, so I'm pretty sure all three will play.
In cricket, Jeffrey Toyana has been appointed as the new head coach of Fidelity Titans women's team. The Titans say that Toyana was attracted by the quality of the playing group and the organization's commitment to taking women's cricket to another level. In terms of tennis, Serena and Venus Williams lost a thriller at the Cincinnati Open in their first doubles match together for 4 years. The American pair were beaten 6-2, 1-6, 10-8 by Marta Kostek and Peyton Stearns in front of a packed crowd. Now, the sisters last played together at the 2022 US Open, which was Serena's final tournament before she evolved away from tennis. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. Ashraf, hopefully this time around the SAFA elections will go through without any drama, because every single time when we are nearing the elections, there's some sort of controversy around there being unfair tactics and stuff like this. And now with the Save Our SAFA faction going to court, I really wonder how things are going to pan out in terms of these elections this time around.
And how do you think it will pan out?
You know what? I'm just saying, can for once things be fair? Because every single time we always hear about how some of the members of the NEC are they are threatened before the elections. So I'm hoping this time around it's fair.
This time around, unlike previous times where it was, by implication, not fair. Don't answer that. Thanks for that to me. We'll see who's the boss in charge of the South African Football Association.
Well, that's it.
What is a nation without its stories? Without its music? Without its artists? Without its streamers? This August, we honor the people who give South Africa its voice. The National Arts and Culture Awards 2026, 21 August, Sun City. Then join millions of South Africans in Culture Awards 2026, 21 August, Sun City. Then join millions of South Africans for the SABC1 primetime broadcast on 22 August at ABC1 primetime broadcast on 22 August at 8 p.m. Because when we celebrate creativity, we celebrate South Africa.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAFM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM. Story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy, you want, in fact, we were touching on it already. You have more to say about the pricing.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy, you want, in fact, we were touching on it already. You have more to say about the pricing policy around electricity. Big deal, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. It certainly is a big deal because it has implications for every single South African, those that have electricity, those that are in need of electricity that haven't been connected, those that are paying for electricity, those that are hoping that in need of electricity that haven't been connected, those that are paying for electricity, those that are hoping that electricity becomes cheaper. This has a bearing on all of our lives. So we're going to speak to the Minister of Electricity in Dr. Jose Ramokgopa and get his thoughts around around that proposal and that draft policy that has been put forward. That policy will be gazetted later in this week, but we're going to get a sense of the conversation that took place earlier today when Dr. Ramokgopa briefed the media around the draft policy and some of its potential implications. We're also going to have a conversation with the team at Nedbank around how it is that they're approaching precision agriculture and supporting our agricultural landscape in that respect. Then we're going to take a look at the SADC summit that concluded yesterday in KZN. We're going to be reflecting on that with board member at Business Unity South Africa, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou. I want to get his thoughts around some of the key talking points that member at Business Unity South Africa, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou. I want to get his thoughts around some of the key talking points that came out of this year's summit and how it is that we advance regional cooperation on the African continent. We also have a conversation with the Fuel Industry Association of South Africa on the latest proposals that a part of South Africa's slate levy be retained by fuel suppliers in times of extreme fluctuations. I want to get the thoughts of Fiasa around whether or not this is practical, whether or not this will improve the volatility that we've been seeing on our fuel price as of late. As I sit here now, the oil price is back above $90 a barrel. So this conversation clearly is still part of our lives, especially following the latest comments made by the President of the United States around Oman. So we're going to take a look at that and see what we could potentially make of how it is that we navigate our fuel challenges, being a net importer of fuel as a country at the moment. And we wrap up the show with a property conversation. We're going to be taking a look at the latest approvals granted by Baldwin conversation. We're going to be taking a look at the latest approvals granted by Baldwin shareholders. This is something we flagged a while ago when the initial news broke that Baldwin had been potentially considering conversations with the Public Investment Corporation to be holders. This is something we flagged a while ago when the initial news broke that Baldwin had been potentially considering conversations with the Public Investment Corporation to be bought out and delisted. It looks as though the Baldwin shareholders have voted on that particular resolution, and it looks to be going ahead. So, as it stands, it looks as though the PIC will be buying out Baldwin Properties and subsequently delisting that business. We're going to speak to a property economist, John Lewis, around that, get his thoughts on that particular deal and see what that would mean for the PIC's own property portfolio, but also for those that are currently invested in Baldwin Properties, whether as shareholders or as property investors themselves. So that's what's coming up on the show today. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of some of the other market movements off the back of those comments around Oman and the, I suppose, re-escalation in part of tensions in the Middle East. Markets have not had a good day. Asian markets were trading first. They traded before these comments were made. The Nikkei in Tokyo, biggest loser on the day, about 2.5% down. European markets not faring much better there. The CAC 40 in France and the DAX in Germany down 0.2% each. The FTSE in London down about 0.1%. The Nasdaq is down 1.3%. The S&P down almost 0.2% as well. Locally, we didn't have a better day. Resource stocks were up 3% yesterday. They were down 2.1% today. Financial stocks 0.86% in the red. Industrials 0.75% down. The all share 1.18% down. The top 40 1.25% in the red. So clearly, oil conversations and re-escalating conversations not boding well for the markets at all. Markets really on edge around where it is that these developments put us, especially from a geopolitical standpoint. Quick look at the rand, 16 rand 26 against the US dollar, back above 22 rand against the British pound at 22 rand and 2 cents, still below 19 but 26 against the US dollar, back above 22 rand against the British pound at 22 rand and 2 cents, still below 19 but ever so slightly. 18 rand 83 is what €1 would cost you. 1 Australian dollar 11 rand 54. The price of a Bitcoin 64,800 odd dollars a coin, with that slightly weaker 1 Australian dollar 11 rand 54. The price of a Bitcoin 64,800 odd dollars a coin, with that slightly weaker rand, 1,053,000 rands there. The gold price back below $4,400 a fine ounce. Platinum back below 1,750, and palladium back below $1,300 a fine ounce there. Silver still above $60 a fine ounce, but below 65. So markets definitely not loving this risk-off sentiment that has been re-injected into the market. We're going to be taking a look at this in a bit more detail. As I said, the oil price $90.50 a barrel at the moment. We'll be back just after the 6 p.m. news to take a look at these developments and see if we can make sense of them. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, perfect. Have a good show. 6 to 7, followed by Sport, 7 to 8.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so we have
YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so we're having the SAfm 90, and as part of that celebration, we trace back the journey of SAfm through a 4-part documentary series, which parallels the evolution of South Africa as a country, and an SAfm from English service or English language public radio service from 1936 to today, right? So today we listen to part 3 of the docu-series. It's titled The Day the Future Arrived. Right? So today we listen to part 3 of the docu-series. It's titled The Day the Future Arrived, 1993 to 1995, which focuses on the final steps to democracy from Oliver Tambo's death, the setting of the 27th April 1994 election date, the first democratic vote, Mandela's inauguration, and with the older order to democracy from Oliver Tambo's death, the setting of the 27th April 1994 election date, the first democratic vote, Mandela's inauguration, and with the older order gone, Radio South Africa, or Radio South Africa, reborn in 1995 as what we call now SAfm, South Africa FM, the public broadcaster for a new South Africa.
For 90 years, the South African Broadcasting Corporation has captured the voices, stories, and defining moments that have shaped our nation. Now, SAfm Documentaries takes you beyond the headlines and into the hearts of the people, events, and ideas that continue to influence South Africa and the world. Through compelling storytelling, powerful interviews, and authentic voices, each documentary uncovers the journey, challenges, triumphs, and untold stories behind the issues that matter most. This is SAfm Documentaries, where every story informs, inspires, and leaves a lasting legacy.
The day the future arrived. 1993 to 1995. By the beginning of the 1990s, South Africa had changed, but it had not yet changed enough. The old order was still in place. The new order was still being negotiated, and between the two stood a country exhausted by conflict, uncertain about its future, and watching to see whether its leaders could find a way forward.
The second leg of the Convention for Democratic South Africa, or CODESA 2, came to a halt on the 16th of May 1992, when negotiating parties failed to reach an agreement on an interim government and the constitution.
For years, South Africa had been defined by what seemed impossible: a democratic election, a government chosen by all its people, a country in which former enemies could sit across the table and negotiate a shared future. Now, those impossibilities were being tested. Then, in November 1993, Oliver Reginald Tambo died.
SABC News Primetime.
Oliver Reginald Tambo died.
SABC News Primetime. A moving tribute has been made to the late ANC President Oliver Tambo, who died on the eve of South Africa's democracy in 1993.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry, Daddy. You are one of the bravest person I've come across, and I'm sure you can take courage from his bravery. I came here because I thought that it is necessary for those that you know bravery. I came here because I thought that it is necessary for those that you know to be present and to come and say to you,
Comrade President Tambo taught us to believe in the leadership collective, not individual leadership.
He had no place for tribalism. 3, he liked education because he's a former teacher. He liked music.
It really came as a very big shock.
For decades, he had led the African National Congress in exile. He had carried the struggle for liberation across borders and across the world. He had spent a lifetime working towards a democratic South Africa, but he would not live to see the country vote. There are moments in history when the absence of a person becomes a part of the history itself. Oliver Tambo's death was one of those moments. The country was approaching freedom, but one of the men who had helped carry the dream was no longer there to witness its arrival. And still, the negotiations continued. The country could not stop. The future could not wait. Could not wait.
In a real process of negotiation, which means give and take, which entails sacrifice, which entails meeting each other halfway.
There is the realization, again, on a number of speakers from all political organizations, that tensions in a community can be very dangerous.
The negotiations were difficult. Trust was fragile. Political violence continued. The wounds of the past were everywhere. But eventually, the parties found a way forward. An election date was set, 27 April 1994. April 1994.
We have made it clear that we don't believe in any leader, and I would appeal to you insofar to allow all political parties, including the National Party, to campaign in Black Township.
For generations, the majority of South Africans had been denied the right to vote in a national democratic election. Now, the country had a date, 27 April 1994. The campaign began. Political parties took their message across the country. The streets filled with posters, songs, speeches, and argument. South Africa was no longer speeches and argument. South Africa was no longer waiting for history. South Africa was preparing to make it. Then came the violence. The transition remained fragile. And on 10 April came the violence. The transition remained fragile. And on 10 April 1993, Chris Hani was assassinated. The country was shaken. The fear was real. The possibility of a national catastrophe was real.
Tembesile Chris Hani, affectionately known as Tsunyane by his comrades,
and in the liberation trenches.
I introduce to you Comrade Chris Hani.
But the response to the crisis also revealed something else. The political leadership of the country understood that the future could not be allowed to disappear into the violence of the past.
The cold-blooded murder of Chris Hani has sent shock waves throughout the country and the world. Shock waves throughout the country and the world. Our grief and anger is tearing us apart.
The election would go ahead, and then came the day.
We are so excited, really, we can't contain ourselves.
Anything can happen to me after this, I don't mind. As long as I've cast my vote.
This day is a very big day for us.
The queues began before dawn. They stretched through towns and villages, along roads, outside schools, across communities that had never before been allowed to participate in choosing a national government. For many, it was the first time they had ever voted. For others, it was the culmination of a lifetime. They waited, they talked, they sang, they stood together, and after centuries of exclusion and decades of political conflict, they voted. South Africa had voted. The African National Congress had won the country's first democratic election. A new political era had begun. On 10 May 1994, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was inaugurated as the first democratically elected president of South Africa. The man who had spent 27 years in prison now stood at the Union buildings as the president of the country that had once imprisoned him. The symbolism was impossible to miss. The country had not erased its past, but it had chosen a different future. A government of national unity was formed. Former opponents entered the same government. The country now faced with difficult work of turning political freedom into a functioning democracy. The transition was not complete. It had only begun.
With just over 50% of the ballots counted, there is now no doubt that South Africa is in transition to black majority rule.
And the institutions of the country would have to change with it. The public broadcaster would have to change. The country's radio would have to change. For decades, Radio South Africa and Radio South Africa had existed within the political and broadcasting environment of the old South Africa. But the country that emerged from 1994 election was no longer that South Africa. And so, in 1995, a new chapter began. The old identity faded, and a new one emerged. SAfM, a new name, a new sound, a new country, a new responsibility. The future had arrived, and SAfM would now have to find its voice within it.
You've been listening to SAfm Documentaries, celebrating our 90th anniversary and Women's Month 70-year anniversary, bringing you authentic stories, remarkable people, and defining moments that continue to shape our nation. We hope today's documentary has informed, challenged, and inspired you to see South Africa through a deeper lens. This documentary was produced by SAfm's award-winning drama department. Join us again for another compelling journey into the stories that deserve to be heard. Until next time, from all of us at SAfm, thank you for listening. This documentary is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Mangele, Tato Maporoma, and Nanda Koza. Narrated by V. Tebe and Noloma Lope.
Right, so that's the show. Thanks for listening. A lot that came out of it. Couldn't play some of the last WhatsApp comments because of the documentary. We had to play. My apology for that. Certainly, we'll try and get as many of your calls and voice notes in tomorrow, because you do need to be heard. You're an important constituency that makes up the National Pulse. You are the Pulse community, after all. Catch the podcast, by the way, SAfm.coza, for all the big conversations we've had today and yesterday and the day before, of course. Right now, it's 6 o'clock. Here's Greg Hose.
Thank you again, Ashraf. NPA pushes for court date to withdraw Khumalo charges and billions in unlawful contracts recovered. Good evening. The NPA has confirmed it's trying to get an earlier court date, possibly this week, to formally withdraw the charges against police crime intelligence boss Dumisani Khumalo and 7 others. If this fails,